for the children, because everybody's concerned about the youth having jobs this year. And where'd that money go to? Did some of the people on the council benefit from that? So I don't know. I just, I'm going to do more research, and that's what I do, is I go back and I research different things and go back 30 years and find out that this has been a problem for a long time. And I don't know if you guys know or not, but when the emergency people were brought in for the water crisis and they couldn't get anything done, the only thing that the city council was able to vote on and that the emergency center didn't take over was the water being switched over to the Flint River. And I believe that's because they just wanted to have somebody else be the fall guy for it. It's a disgusting situation as far as this water crisis, and it's still not fixed. I don't care what Channel 12, CBS, whatever says. This water is not fixed by any means. I have nothing else.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. Let me start off by Judy, Councilwoman Priestley. You had spoke out about the Mott tax last week. It's still unanswered questions about that. Being that I look at the taxes, millage, assessments and all that. If it was a millage, wouldn't we have to vote on it? Every 10 years, every 5 years, how are they able to put it on there without people voting on it? Also, it says CS Mott operation and CS Mott debt. Mm-hmm. So all those things, what is the debt that we are paying and why are we paying operational? And I think operational is the highest one on there. So, it's still a lot of unanswered questions that I was looking for. Ms. Lewis, Councilwoman Lewis, Mr. Winfrey, yourself, also myself, we was in a meeting one day. And Councilman Winfrey, you got mad at me, and you was talking about Facebook and how I talk about you on Facebook and everything. And Mr. Winfrey said you got to have tough skin to endure as an elected official. For Mr. Winfrey to get on Facebook early in the morning and write a paragraph about you putting out information that is not true. What's wrong with you? Why do you always put out lies and twist everything? Just like with St. Mark, you didn't go find out that the mayor hadn't signed the community block grant application. You didn't go out and see if Mr. Winfrey had vetted the kids. You didn't see how the kids were sent over there, but you want to put out there about the McCree Theater. What's actually wrong with you? You do not have the temperament. You do not have the ability, the intellect. You don't have any of those to be a council person. And you should really honestly step down because you are really taking our city backwards. For real. I mean, honestly, you are. Our water is not safe. And Ms. Mushat, you should have known about the EPA orders because I have been talking to you a long time ago about them working behind closed doors to negotiate getting the emergency orders out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
My name is Tiffany Morris, which most of you know who I am. I'm in 3rd Ward. You know the ward that's still sitting vacant? Yeah, that ward. Judy, I have one question for you, one question only. And I have respect for you, but my question is, when Murphy was sitting in that seat, you would do stuff for 3rd Ward, you will reach out to us. You don't reach out to us. You don't do anything in third ward. It's like we don't exist, and that's wrong. Just because he ain't here no more doesn't mean you can't do stuff for the third ward. That's wrong. And I'm just going to tell you that straight up. That's wrong. Michelle, you're just evil. Pure evil. Do not, and I repeat, and I will say this as many times as I have to, stop calling yourself a Christian, because Christians are Christ-like, and you far from Christ-like. Christ never said anything out evil to people, and I heard you last week. You were pure out evil last week, because I wasn't here, but trust me, I watch you on YouTube every week. Every week y'all have this little charade circus y'all have going on here. You're pure evil, but that's okay, because come August, all these people are going to see how evil you are, and guess what? You out of here. You ain't going to stay here. And don't tell me that water's clean, because I took water sample from our church and my house. That's side by side. And ain't neither one of them clear. So let me tell you, ain't none of that water clean. So stop covering up. And it's done been said that on my block, on Mabel in Minnesota, that them lines never got touched. That we still have lead pipes. So don't tell me y'all touched all the wards, because you ain't. Because my street still has the same pipes that it started out with. So I have to pay a high-dollar water bill every month for both residents, and I have to buy bottled water and jug water to cook, to wash my dishes and do everything, because my kids ain't drinking this water. I didn't choose to come to the city. God sent me and my husband to the city to preach at on that corner of Mabel, Minnesota, on the east side of Flint, and I can't leave until he says I can. Liddell, back to you. On that little message that you broadcast, the Piper's message where he said if they could leave Flint, they need to get out. Well, you know what? I agree with Piper 100%. If God would let me leave this city, I would leave this city. But I'm on assignment in this city, so I'm stuck here until he says I can go. Because I do as my Lord and Savior says do, unlike the ones that claim to be Christian. But I got news for you. Yeah, I share with him. Everybody that can get out of this city, that's right. If y'all got to be in charge, get out. Don't stay in this stupid city, because it's going to hell in a handbasket.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Valerie Southall.
Hi, my name is Valerie Southall. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. This is about the jobs program that you guys are talking about. Every week, I see my council people ask for information from the city. And every week, the city employees don't seem to have the information that is being requested. They cannot make an informed decision without getting the correct information that they have asked for. So I was in corporate America for over 30 years. This does not happen in corporate America. When your managers ask you for information, and week after week after week and meeting after meeting after meeting, you don't have the information, you get put on a performance improvement plan. And then after that, you are no longer with that organization. So I say this, until you get the information that you all have requested, vote no. Not $1, not a $50, not a quarter, not a dime, not a nickel, penny, pence, or farthing, no. This is not the FBI. This is not the friends, benefactors, and invested people and pastors to give away money to. This is our money. This is the residents' money, and it's not right. Also, the water is not fixed. The water is not fixed, and people are still being sick, and people have actually brought water to be tested. So I say, I stand with the people who are with the people of Flint, and until you get the information that you want, not a dime. And I don't care, even if the budget happens and you don't have the information that you all need, shut it down. Don't let it happen. Wait till August, till the people in the third ward vote and get the person that needs to be up there in that seat in order for you to make an informed and decision that your constituents have asked for. That's all I have to say. You all have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm like everybody else. Nobody knows where the money is going. You're trying to send some money for kids for jobs. Why are you sending kids to jobs? McDonald's is open, they hiring. Burger King is open, they hiring. Taco Bell is open, they hiring. If you got young kids, that's what we had to do when we came up. We had to go to the smallest places and work in order to get a job. But you guys trying to get this money to the preachers that don't care nothing about our kids. They're not doing anything with our kids. They putting their own kids on a payroll, and you want to leave our kids behind. It's not fair. What about roofs on houses, doorknobs? You got people with the tree. Y'all done ran out of money for the trees. But the mayor is saying, we got money for the trees. Like the man, tree fell on his house. He moved it, and he got a fine for moving the tree. Now, how y'all gonna keep doing what you're doing? It's not fair. And you guys know it ain't fair. You guys know it ain't fair. But it's okay, right? You know, Jedediah will be here on the 1st. We're gonna get out there and we're gonna protest on this water, on everything that's coming around. You guys are doing nothing. And you know what? The killing part, the three guilty ones up there, you too coward to hold your head up. You don't care about this city. You don't care about none of what's going in your pocket. That's all you care about. And it's sad. But we're going to turn this city around August the 5th. We will be turning this city around, whether you like it or not. It's going to be turned around. You can't hold your head up because it's been up in the air too long. Now you got to hold it down. But God knows y'all heart, and it ain't right. It is not right. And I pray for all of y'all.
Thank you. Was that the final public speaker, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there anybody? It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response should be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Woodson, we do vote for the renewal of the millage, the last Vermont Community College for their operating. I had to look up the date, but it was voted on in 2016, I believe. I don't know how long that's good, how long it lasts. But it is a renewal, as well as the debt part of it, that actually pays for capital improvements of the buildings and other capital expenditures, and that is renewed on depends on when what they do is they authorize the spending amount, and then it's how long it takes to spend that money. And then I know that when I worked at Mott, and I was accountable for monitoring millage and the tax collections, that we went for the millage at least twice when I worked there for 10 years. So I don't remember the last time that the debt was there. So it will be up for renewal, but when, I don't know. Thank you. Oh, and in regards to the third ward, I go to events that I'm told about, that I know about. If I don't know about them, I don't go. Obviously, I can't. But if I get phone calls, I help everybody. I don't care where they live. I will recommend them to other, to their own council people, but in the third ward, I'll take care of them myself. And I have done a number of them since Mr. Murphy has died. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the residents for coming out. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for your insights, your concerns, and your opinions, all needed. I would like to touch on something that Ms. Valerie Southward said. You're absolutely correct. If I do not get the answers that I need to make an informed decision, I do not vote. Because the residents of Flint, they deserve better. If you're coming up to council and you're proposing a resolution for us to vote on and you do not have the information needed, guess what? It's not going to get voted on. I don't care how many times you bring it before me. I'm not going to vote on it. This administration, Neely's administration, they are notorious for coming up to us, before us, without all of the information that we need. We ask questions, they can't even provide an answer. So I will not vote. And I'm gonna make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
All right, thank you so much. Want to give a special thank you for those that came out to the different tree planting parties that we had in the ward. We have our last tree planting party taking place at Hasselbrink Park on June the 7th at 10 a.m. And that will conclude us planting over 300 trees in the city of Flint. And also, Councilwoman Machette, I know that you mentioned spacing the trees out different sizes. So the great thing about this tree planting event, in conjunction with NOAA as well as with Kettering, we are able to get different types of trees. So we have magnolia trees, we have tulip trees, we have a host of different trees that we're planting, and they're coming in at different heights. So we have some trees that are already 8 feet tall, some that are 6 feet tall. So we're excited to be able to help replace that, because we saw when we had the last batch of inclement weather that a lot of trees fell down. Some trees look like they were good trees, some trees were dead. So we are glad to replace those. And we want to encourage residents that are interested to come out on the 7th of June. All right, so, and then we also had the Silence and Violence Walk that took place at the Sylvester Broom Center. They were marching against violence. And we were just so happy to have the Deputy Mayor of Detroit in attendance, as well as Hill Harper stop by. And this was a great opportunity for young people to speak up and out, because the young people are talking. They just want to make sure that we're listening. And so that definitely was a great time. So I want to encourage other residents, as well in my closing, to take a look at the Juneteenth Festival. It's a lot of great things going on within the city to take part in for the entire family. So definitely want to encourage that. And lastly, administration said it a few times that there's no information to bring forward because no one is applying to be the fiduciary or applying to house the students. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public speaking?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank all the speakers. As someone who engages with the speakers, at least visually, I hear you loud and clear. I also want to touch on something that Miss Valerie said. Whoever runs 810 Flint YouTube posted a a video of last year's discussion about the jobs program. And oddly enough, I was asking the same exact questions last year. I didn't know it was last year's one. I watched it and I'm like, well, when was this? And it was last year's, but it was exact same questions I had last year that they weren't able to answer. And oddly enough, a few of my colleagues agreed with me and we voted it down. Somehow they must have got a stern talking to because they end up passing it with 5 votes with no discussion after that. But it's amazing that a year plus on the same program, we can't get answers to the same questions. But that's the deal with the 4-4 that we have in this current situation, is they don't have the 5 votes to kill discussion and kill votes and pass stuff through. So exactly. We haven't heard that in months, and it's been a good sign. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if we can get answers. I'm not holding my breath, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public speaking?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
thank you. I want to say thank you to the 6th Ward people who are in here today. I appreciate you coming in here and speaking up. And for those who also have concerns and consistently come to all the residents. But I do want to say this. First of all, we shouldn't be in an employment business because we can't keep a DPW. And we don't have one now, and we need one for budget time to pass these crucial, to pass the budget. And these are crucial questions. We're required by Eagle to have a DPW, and yet again, we do not have one. They have told us that our water is safe, and people are still saying that my water is a little bit brown, rust, it doesn't smell right. These are serious problems. But when it gets to the jobs, the teen and the youth jobs, no one appears as it is being gaslit that we are against the youth. Simply not true. But it is a true fact that 16 youth who did not reside within the city of Flint were given Flint jobs. 16. We were told that they had to turn away Flint students. Well, you had 16 that didn't live in the city. They simply didn't out of the list. And the only organization that did not have them was the person who vetted all of the other ones. So I'm not supporting that right now. I'm not doing that. And so there were 6, and the one that did not have it was Freedom, whatever. It was the one by Miss Angela Lott, who stated she was not the mayor's campaign manager or the state rep's campaign manager, but you can Google her. She was, and it's a whole article on her and her campaign manager. So
Thank you. Is there
disappointed in this
anyone else who
process.
wishes to speak during council comment? Mr. Jared, would you like to take your time? All right, seeing as how I am the only one left, I would like to take my time. Dear City Council members and to the esteemed members of the press, it is with a profound sense of urgency and concern for both our dedicated municipal staff and the residents we serve that I write this open letter. As Chief Strategy Officer, my commitment is to the effective governance and strategic advancement of our city. It has become imperative to publicly address the persistent dysfunction and systemic issues plaguing recent City Council proceedings, which are severely impeding our ability to conduct essential city business and undermining. Can you
Point of
please pause
order.
the time?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Thank you. So the lady, right, that row, entire row, the lady with the glass and the blue shirt, they're saying blah, 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 blah. So I would like to bring them to order so you can continue to read.
What row?
Thank you.
What row?
What, the one who just said, wait a minute, her.
All righty.
Deborah Luna. She stood up and said her name, so Deborah Luna was the one making.
All right, well, Ms. Luna, that's your first warning. Please continue with my time. The challenges facing the city of Flint are significant, and our municipal staff works tirelessly to address them, striving daily to move our commitment forward. However, the consistent operational impediments originating from within the city council are not merely obstacles, they are escalating into insurmountable barriers that prevents critical work from advancing. Could you please pause my time? Officer, they're continuing to make the noise, so what I'm gonna ask you to do is just remove them, please. Whomever you see, just remove them. So that's your first warning, and I wasn't talking to you when I said it.
appeal
I was
the
talking to
ruling of the
we're
chair.
done here.
I appeal the ruling. You don't even know. Madam Chair, I appealed your ruling.
There has been an appeal of the ruling of the chair. Is there support?
Support.
All righty, go ahead with her 1 minute.
First of all, you couldn't even hear you could not even hear the people who were talking. She is deliberately targeting people. She does not know who it was, and we couldn't even hear it up here. When the focus is out there and not up here, then it is a problem. The focus should be up here. Every single meeting, you weaponize the police against the residents. You weaponize the police against the residents. And I don't even know why they didn't even get all warnings. Why are they didn't even get a warning. They didn't even get a warning. They didn't even get a warning. You cannot, according to the subcode, they have to be given a warning. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is insane.
Thank you. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Seeing as how I literally was looking down. Dr. Lewis stated that someone was being disruptive. That person who got her first warning, after she said, yeah, that was me, I said, fine, that's your first warning, persisted in making noise. Here's the thing. We all must learn to be accountable as adults. You know that you were making noise to stop me from reading and doing what I was doing. You know that you were being disorderly and interrupting a meeting. I ruled you out of this meeting because according to the disorderly city code subsection, anybody who persists will be given a warning and removed. This is the roll call vote to, I guess, overturn the ruling of the chair. So a yes would overturn and a no would sustain. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. That person is removed from this meeting. Could you please put my time back on the clock? Excuse me, officer. They're being disorderly from the hallway.
She don't have no jurisdiction. Her authority is only within the
Councilwoman Burns, you do not have the floor.
a point of order.
What is your point of order?
My point is, we only have authority within these chambers, not the hallway.
So I'm going to read this for you again. According to the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code subsection 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting this meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from this meeting. If they persist in disrupting disrupting this meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed. Once you are in that hallway and we're having a meeting and you're still yelling from the hallway, that falls under if they persist in disrupting this meeting. Would you please start my correct time, Madam Clerk? Even more distressing, the persistent prioritization of personal animosity, internal disputes among council members continues to supersede the urgent work of governing, while our dedicated staff is expected to endure these prolonged and unproductive sessions in silence. Let's see what some of the behavior was. Let's see. Sitting in the audience, refusing to take your seat. Go ahead and please pause my time. Arthur Woodson, that is your first warning. Let's go. I am writing this letter in full awareness that despite the gravity of these concerns, there is a possibility that fundamental change may not occur. However, I cannot in good conscience continue to remain silent about a matter so critical to the efficient operation of our city government. Now, what they were trying to stop me from reading is the fact that you have a person who's here just simply trying to do their job after being at work all day trying to do their job. Please pause the time. Sir, you cannot be in the aisle with that sign.
Wait a minute. Point of order. Literally. Point of order.
What is your point of order,
There
Ms.
is
Burns?
no rule that you cannot be in the aisle or place. We do not have a designated sign area. That's just not true.
So, sir, I would not follow the advice of Ms. Burns, who does not know the rules. You are obstructing a walkway.
You are not
You
the
cannot be in the hallway. I mean, in the aisleway. Thank you. We're going to continue. As I was saying, this is a letter from a city staffer who has been abused while standing up here, who has had their time wasted and who is asking for things to change. I would encourage my colleagues today to stay focused on this agenda and let's get this work done. And that is my time. Moving on to the consent agenda. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
move to send the consent agenda to council.
There's been a motion to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Are there any separations? Seeing as how there are none, this is the roll call vote to,
Yes.
what's up?
No, we have separation.
Well, I paused and no one said anything. Mr. Pfeiffer, would you like the floor?
Total separation.
That sounds good. There's been a total separation of agenda items. Moving on to Resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair, move.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Move to send to council.
There is a motion to send this resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
There's a special meeting called for tomorrow, so I will not be supporting this. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you two, I don't know if Clyde is back there, Mr. Edwards.
Excuse me, Mr. Edwards, are you in the building? Would you please join us at the lectern? I don't know if you want to start your time because you know he walks up here slowly and he's going to eat up your time.
So I don't think that Mr. Moore, I like you, Mr. Moore, but you won't be able to answer any of these
Mr. Moore,
questions.
would you please pause? Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay, well, I don't need him. That's fine. So, because my question is about the DPW. And these were questions that I have been asking. So Mr. Miller isn't here anymore, is that correct?
His last day is the 30th of this month.
The 30, he's not.
And
here
he's
today.
not, and he wasn't the DPW director. He was the DPW
Manager.
administrator.
Right,
Yes.
so he was in place, he was in lieu of making sure we were in compliance. Do we have someone who's taking his place to answer questions?
We always have people on staff who have various specialties in the same area. They all don't have one thing, but they're capable of meeting those requirements.
So
yes.
he's not here tonight.
No.
will he be, well, that's three, so the end of this week he's done. So how do we get questions answered in regards to the water treatment plant and sewer service center?
You can, if you have those questions.
I do. I was hoping he would be here. Also, I've got questions in regards to the Dort Reservoir, the Dort Pump Station, Cedar Reservoir, Torrey Road Booster Station, the distribution valves, the chemical storage, the Northwest Trans Main, and there's more. There's 2 pages.
Scott Dungy is capable of answering all of those.
Okay,
questions.
Scott's not here today, is he?
I didn't know.
Is he here?
I didn't know he's not in, but
Yeah.
he can be here.
Okay, so this has been consistent that I have stated that I had questions in regard. I know that Mr. Miller had been sick, I believe, and he wasn't here.
He's since recovered.
Okay, yeah, I did see him.
Yes.
I did see him for one meeting,
Mhm.
but these are the questions because these reflect on our budget. You know, are we doing $6 million worth of water mains each year? Mr. Moore had actually the last time he was going to look that up for me. Did you?
Are you talking to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do have plans to do improvements, yes.
I didn't hear you.
We do have plans to do improvements, yes.
Okay, we have plans to improve it, but are we doing it now? And if so, where's the money going to come from? Because the administrative consent order, this document right here, is millions of dollars that we have to find money from. And where are we finding it from? It was one of the questions. And I wanted to know on this report, how far are we on these projects? These are projects that we started, and the last time that he was able to discuss them with us, this was 22 projects. And there were some of them, he didn't know how they would be funded. So that is very important. And also the water optimization plan. Where are we at on that? Or does, Mr. Moore, do you know that?
I can tell you that we are continuing. The water optimization plan was the Arcadis.
Right.
The Arcadis study, and we have been following that religiously. All the components of the Arcadis study that were of significant value to the water system in Flint are in the ACO. We have been following that religiously.
So we were in violation numerous times with the state. So my questions are, where are we at with the bulk chemical storage?
That's done.
That's done. Where are we at with the Northwest Transmission Main, which is approximately 5 to 7 miles that needed to be completed?
That's a process for which you will be seeing. That's a process that's been going on for several years because the money was not available. It has since been SRF fund application that has been approved. So that resolution to
Well, there goes
further that
Scott
project
Dungy
will be
right
coming to
there.
you. I'm sorry.
He just walked in the blue shirt. Well, no, but my
coming.
second.
We can
time-
wait for the second round.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only got these few. So I do want to go over the list that he's here, but our second round is going to be only 3 minutes. Maybe I can send an email to Mr. Dungy. Would you like me to send it to
Yes.
him?
Yes.
And
that's
you
fine.
too?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to have discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Now, the questions that Ms. Burns is asking are ones that were discussed during budget hearings or that was the opportunity to ask those questions. Also, we had the opportunity and we requested several times at every budget hearing, as well as in emails, asking that people had questions to put them in writing so that the department head can answer those questions. So we would have the
Request
answers
for
to go
information.
forward.
What is your request?
My request is, so is that the only time you're saying that me as an elected council person is allowed to ask a question?
So Councilwoman Burns, I want to make sure that we use the motions for what they're for. That is not a proper request for this line of discussion. Go ahead.
So some of these things that are happening up here right now are just delay tactics. And I'm frankly fed up with people. Through you to Mr. Smith, Madam Chair.
Mr. Smith, would you please join us? You probably should start asking your question now.
Mr. Smith, if we do not pass the budget by June 2nd, when is the time that you have to submit layoff notices to our employees?
Time that we have to issue layoff notice, as soon as we have information, we start the process. So it's right away that we actually start planning.
Okay, how many days before the beginning of the fiscal year do they have to go out? Do we have is it in contracts? Is it state law, federal law? Which one do we need to do?
It would probably be in our contracts. I can get that information for
Okay.
you because it would be a
All
little
right,
different.
because I suspect that we will not have a budget
Okay.
and that they will come up with any kind of excuse not to pass it and to put our employees on. layoff.
Please pause the time. Mr. Pfeiffer, what is your point of order? Thank you. I actually will say that that is a correct point of order. Maybe make your point in a different way. Thank you.
So I think that there will be any opportunity to, I think we need to issue layoff notices as soon as possible, because I do not think this budget will pass, nor will they offer meaningful,
Can you please pause the time? What's your request, Mr. Jarrett?
Through you to the speaker, were those layoff notices sent last year to your knowledge? No. And the year before that?
It's proper, so it's up to you if you want to answer it or not.
So,
All right, thank you. Continue her time.
we had an opportunity to ask the questions that are being asked. They weren't asked. And it's from multiple people. There are people who only showed up to one budget hearing. That's our opportunity to work with administration on a rather informal basis to get the information we need. And that did not happen because people didn't show up. So thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to make this clear. I do not have to send an email to get my questions answered. Any question I have for the administration, I can ask them from where I sit right here to where they stand at that podium. I can ask any question I want to ask as it relates to this budget. I don't have to attend budget hearings. Although I was at a couple of the budget hearings, I was at 3. Questions I ask don't have to be confined to budget hearings. We're on the resolution right now. We're having discussion right now about the budget. So I can ask questions. Now, I did ask this question, and Mr. Moore, maybe you can help me through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern? Thank you.
Mr. Moore, I asked this question and I want the answer. How much money did the city give towards the rodeo for last year and the rodeo for this year?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Okay, I need the answer to that question, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
If you could please send the answer to that question to all of my colleagues. Because what has been happening, the mayor has been using the $75,000 threshold to spend city funds on whatever he deemed is important to him. We don't know if he's using taxpayers' money to even campaign with. Because that sounds like a campaign ploy as far as I'm concerned. So I want that answer to that question. And also, we know that he's been abusing the $75,000 threshold as far as that service center over there on Clio Road. Because we did not approve for that service center to remain open. It was supposed to be closed some months ago. So how many times have we kept that service center open since the vote that we as a council made to, whereas we did not approve for funds to be going to that service center? So I would like that answered.
Request for information.
Yes, madam.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Does the councilwoman in the 5th Ward know I've requested that twice in writing, have not received it yet for the rodeo?
Oh.
Continue her time.
Yeah, I would hope that before we vote on this budget, that we would get that answered. Because I'm gonna tell you guys, this budget that we have, this proposed budget, you really don't even have to go through the budget, because the budget was presented to us unbalanced. Unbalanced, okay? So, Mr. Moore, I would hope that we can get those questions answered. Those are important. I think throughout this budget, there's been some spendings of funds that, as a council, we have not approved because of the abuse of the $75,000 threshold. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I just want to touch on a few things as we move forward. First, as been stated so many times here from our elected seats and during our meetings, we had since December to tell the finance chair our availability. And we had since December to avail our schedules accordingly. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. We had since December of 2024, when she initially sent out the correspondence, to let her know if the schedule that she put together was favorable. No one responded back. So therefore, I'm under the assumption, just as you may have been, Councilman Priestley, that your times and dates were sufficient for the body. And then what I would like to thank you, Finance Chair, and also Madam Vice President, for attending every single meeting and for representing when we were not here, because I was not at every single meeting, because I had additional other meetings that I had to go to. But the point is, although I was not here, we have our meetings live streamed, all of them, every budget meeting. So because of the questions that you all asked, I was able to get the answers. So that's why I don't have many questions, because you all answered, because we have it. So if we don't have it, we have different colleagues that live stream the meetings. You can catch it on their station. You can catch it on the city station. You can get the budget hearing if you want to see it and if you want to get answers. Furthermore, other questions that I did not have, questions that I did have, I emailed the departments directly so they can answer my questions. It's kind of unfair when we expect the body I'll say the administration, to come before this body and to know exactly what we're going to ask when we're going to ask it. No one will have that information, a lot of the information that's being requested from them off the top of their head. No one has quote unquote rodeo figures on top of their head.
Request
And
for
so we want to,
information.
Please pause the time. What is your request for information?
Thank you. Does the council member understand that a lot of these questions were asked? The rodeo was emailed twice. No answer was given. So it's not off the top of their head.
What was the question?
Does she know that it's already been emailed?
Continue.
okay, thank you. No, I do not. I do not. Especially since you admitted several times that I don't talk to you, I don't deal with you. So I would not know. So thank you for that answer. And so the point is, we have a way to get exactly what we need. We can reach out to administration. We can attend the budget hearings. I've never heard an elected official state that we don't have to come. We do have to come if we can make it. But if we just choose not to come for the sake of I'm not coming, that's a dereliction of duty. And we need for individuals, when they can make it, to be here. If you have a medical emergency, I don't expect you to be here. If your family has a medical emergency, I don't expect you to be here. But as long as we are able, it is our duty to come to these meetings. And it's our duty to, in advance, for the sake of timeliness and so we can move forward, to send the administration the questions in advance. So when they do approach the lectern, they have exactly what we need and we can move on and decide whether we're going to pass this resolution or not. What I don't think is fair is when we waste people's time. So we received that letter stating that sitting in the audience is a waste of time. Not focusing on the main thing is a waste of time. So I just want to encourage my colleagues. So please, let's send out the information in a timely fashion so we can get our answers back, so we won't waste our time or the residents' time or the people that are tuned in. All right.
Please pause the time, sir. That you cannot speak like that. That is your first warning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's embarrassing and it's also unadult to have people laughing. This behavior is not tolerated in our schools, but we let the parents and the grandparents come here and do this in our chambers. This is horrible. And so,
please pause the time. That's your first warning. You're welcome. Continue.
So I'm looking forward to my colleagues, please, sending the information to the administration, playing the tape back to see the questions that were answered so we can move forward, because otherwise it's going to be like the councilman in the fourth ward said, people are going to get laid off. And then you can't blame this body. Well, I'll say, let's be specific, those that vote in favor and those that have done their due diligence, you can't blame us for that. You have to answer to the several hundred city workers that will be sitting at home. Thank you. Madam, you. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, you're removed from this meeting. You're welcome. Thank you. Is there anyone else? I believe, Mr. Jarrett, you are the one left. If you would like to take your time in the first round of discussion.
Yeah, I'll take a few
All right.
minutes. I sit here now sort of struggling with myself betwixt and between. Do I take time, additional time, to try to chastise others? Or do I respond to the email that all of us did get, to the letter that was read earlier, and not waste time? I just want to get the work done. Let's move forward.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was everybody in the first round of discussion, I'm gonna go ahead and take my time. I do want to caution colleagues, because even though we are in elected positions, we do have a duty to not put ourselves in a position to where we open ourselves up to lawsuits by accusing other elected officials of attempting to campaign using city dollars. These are things that cannot be proven, I would suggest we tread lightly there. I would also implore us not to make accusatory statements of someone attempting to campaign when the rodeo came, when it wasn't even an election year for the person. We always say there's nothing to do here, and then when someone whom you may or may not like provides you with something to do, then all of a sudden there are these fingers and there are these questions, and then they were doing this or they were doing that. Maybe they were simply hearing the cries of the people of the city that they are the mayor over, and providing events for people to attend and things for them to do. Be very clear. Go ahead. What's your point?
You're not germane to the resolution.
Actually, I am,
No,
because,
you're not. You're
so
personality.
your point of order is incorrect, because the door was opened by my colleague when they said it, and when they said that that was the reason that this fiscal year adoption was the reason that they were asking that question. And so since they wanted to relate it to that, I'm going to answer to that. This is my time. Do not use privileged motions to take the floor simply because you do not like what I am saying. I allow you to speak, whether I like it or not. I will be afforded the same respect. Now, as I was saying, again, you cannot try and fault someone because they are the mayor of the city and simply responding to the city's needs for entertainment, to the city's desires for entertainment. Trying to then say, well, this must be something nefarious because they are trying to do their job. Now, we can all like or dislike have a falling in or falling out with someone, but the amount of times that it is always insinuated that someone is doing something or someone is taking something, you're insinuating stuff that you cannot defend in a court of law is crazy. The reality is, it's deflective and is doing everything but talking about this budget. Councilman Pfeiffer gave a very good reason as to why he said he would not vote for this budget. Of if we ought to be here tomorrow, which we don't have to be if you choose to vote today, up or down, yea or nay, but if we have to be here tomorrow, then there's no point in him voting on it today. Councilman Jarrett said that he would prefer to stick to the business of the city. Councilwoman Priestley has pointed out, and she was absolutely 1000% correct, that in December, she gave us all an opportunity to respond. As Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward stated, Dr. Liddell Lewis stated, none of us responded. I didn't even respond. And so when you do not respond, you get what you get and you can't throw a fit. That is the reality. The schedule is what it is. And to say that we do not have to come to budget hearings is absolutely 1000% false. We have to come to budget hearings. We have to come and listen to the staff as they present their budgets, talk about what's happening in their departments. And we had an opportunity for an entire month that myself and Councilwoman Priestley sat here, because it is our jobs to sit here and listen to them present. They came here because they were asked to come here. They did their jobs. They continue to do their jobs, and they are subjected to disrespectful statements like, we don't have to be here, but yet they do. We all have a duty to be here. This budget is up to all of us. And for us to be so lighthearted, I'm not going to say us because I'm not lighthearted, but for people to be so cavalier about over 100 people possibly losing their jobs is wild. You know what else is wild? Is someone saying this budget was not balanced, when I would love to hear from my colleague what part of the budget was not balanced. What are their suggestions? Because I keep hearing, I'm unhappy with it, I don't like it, this, that. Yet, when there is an opportunity to present an amendment to the budget, because we all have that chance. And we showed the other day when Councilman Pfeiffer presented a couple of different amendments that we are willing to sit here and work together through those amendments. So the excuse can't be if you present it, nobody will hear it, because we've already shown that that's not true. We have a duty to get this budget passed. If this is not a budget that you like, if this is not a budget that you feel is balanced, I am open to hearing your amendments to the budget that you proclaim is not balanced. Moving on to the second round. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
So I want to be very clear because even my questions during budget time were not answered by this administration, nor during the entire time of the past year. We're not limited to just one specific time. We're not. So there's many things that do come up. And just because she sent it out in December, schedules change. People have lives. And some people have children. So we have other commitments. So you don't, if we watched it, the part to say that we didn't watch it, don't do that. Because not only that part, don't do that. Because I watched when I wasn't available. And then I took notes also. And so I did start to make amendments, but Councilwoman Liddell Lewis broke quorum when I went to get something off the copier last week. So how serious is she taking it? Because she was weaponizing the police. So she broke quorum in the middle of budget. She did, but you won't hear that. So some of the things, this administration, not everybody, comes here unprepared. Through you to Seamus, could Seamus.
Seamus, would you please join us at the lectern?
Seamus, as you're walking up here, did you realize in the vetting of this, that I did learn over the holiday weekend, there were 16 children who did not reside in the city of Flint. Did you know that?
Are we talking about the budget? I'm sorry, are we talking about the budget? I'm not responsible for the budget.
Okay, I'm talking about the youth jobs. You were discussing that. This is the youth jobs.
Last week, correct, yes.
That is correct, and
Is that on the agenda now, or is that what you called me up?
Everything is in with the budget, though.
Okay.
So this part, did you know there are 16 children who do not reside in the city of Flint?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. And there was only one that did not have Faith Foundation, and that is the person who vetted them. That is the only foundation or only organization that did not have any Flint students. Latinx did, that lived out of Flint. Cathedral of Faith had 4 that lived out of Flint. Good Church and McCree. So we had other ones. I was told by, there was a post by Mr. Charles Winfrey of the prestigious McCree Theater that he did not vet these. And that I believe Councilwoman Liddell Lewis and Councilwoman Mashat were dealing, I guess, with the children. Did you know anything about that?
Who was dealing with children?
Mashat and Lewis. Okay, so
I'm trying to understand the question.
Still don't have the questions. That's what I'm saying. You
right,
wrote that letter
right. But what I did.
Thank you.
I'm happy to respond.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna have to go to 8th Ward first. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go 842.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore,
Mr. Moore, would you join us at the lectern?
Mr. Moore, I'm looking at line 35 of the budget, and that's golf. You have a copy of this in front of you?
You're talking about the master fee schedule?
Yes. No, not the master fee schedule. It's the, I guess it's the ledger of the budget that we have.
Oh, okay.
Line 35 is golf, and it's saying that we have $11,438. I'm assuming that is expense. How do we have $11,483 in expense on top of the $74,000 or $72,000 that we pay Flint City Golf? When prior years, that was an income source, now it's an $83,000 expense. So tell me how we go from, that's the economics of this administration. We go from a profit center or a revenue center to an expense. So how did we go completely 180 and now we have a $83,000 expense every year for running 2 golf courses? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is the water fund. The water and sewer fund. Why did we switch the accounting to equity instead of cash balances? And who came up with these equity numbers?
The equity numbers came from our accounting system.
And how were they
They tied
derived
back
from?
to the audit statement. Now, if you're asking for the cash balances can be calculated. They could be added, but
Why did we, after all of these years, why did we decide to do it this year? That we're going to switch to say that we have $161 million in, I'm going to say assets and equity, when realistically, the water and sewer is going bankrupt in the next 5 years. Thank you. I appreciate that comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone, I'm sorry, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward?
Yes, I was going to allow Seamus to finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Seamus. Go ahead and continue if you can remember where you were.
Yeah, I was trying to follow what was going on because there was something about 17 children that were not from 16, 17 children. I'm happy to get those names. If you have those names, send them over to us. I'm trying to do my best to stand in for a colleague who is unwell for this last little bit of time, Miss Shelley Sparks Green, in this space. Also last week, I know if we're still talking about the jobs program, it was mentioned that last year the resolution was passed and included the names of entities, which actual fact it did not include any entities last year receiving any funds. That council approved the $200,000 and it didn't mention any entities. And I have that resolution I can provide for you guys if you would want to see it.
Thank you.
Are you yielding the floor?
Yeah, I'm yielding.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. So,
Mr. Moore, will you please join us?
Mr. Moore, can you please explain, under the general fund in our booklet on page 16, it says here that we have a revenue total of 64.2 million. That's what we bring in, right?
yes, yes.
But we have expenditures of 68.5 million, right?
Yes.
So that's roughly a $4 million deficit. Explain why that's not balanced.
The budget, when it was prepared, well, by the definition of the state of Michigan, it's balanced because of the fund equity we have, but that wasn't, when we prepared the budget, we actually assumed that we're going to have a net positive. And the reason for that is that we did include some grants that we had anticipated that we would receive, which we are in the process of getting, which will reduce that difference. It also doesn't include any lapse in salaries that we have. As you're probably aware, we don't fill all our positions, so there's a pretty good sized gap with that. And then there's some other revenue estimates that we've talked about before, which has to do with the collection of the income tax. We're beginning to share the data with the state of Michigan, and we anticipate that those revenues will come in and that will more than offset the balance we have. So if you're asking if the budget's balanced, yes, it will balance by the end of the year.
But we don't have that in.
Pardon?
We don't have those things in, the grants that you're talking about and all of that.
At the time when we prepared the budget, we did not have those numbers. We were confident we were going to receive them. We're in the process of receiving them. And in terms of the revenue from the income tax, we've just started that. And even with a low estimate, we're going to receive a substantial amount of money from that. And then we've never included it. We never had a figure for lapse salaries because we've always assumed that all the positions are going to be filled 100% of the year, and that's just simply not the case.
So do you have some of the figures now?
Yeah, do I have a precise number? No, I do know we're going to have an addition to the fund balance next year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Seamus, for making that abundantly clear what happened last year. Just want to set the record straight because the record is always broken or not straight. Last week, I went to the restroom when I came back. So when I came back, we had colleagues stand up and say that they were leaving and that they were not staying. I left my items here to go to the restroom. So let's stop with the false narrative. I continue to come to my job. I don't sit out in the seat. I don't run away to the bathroom. I do my job right here. Furthermore, I just want to be clear with whomsoever said it, whether it is Ms. Tanya Burns or whoever. We had no, quote unquote, as you say, dealing with the children. I don't understand what that means, but I will tell you what happened. What happened is that you have 2 council people that attend community events. You have 2 council members that support things with the youth, like the Silence the Violence movement. And when we hear people talking about they care about the youth and things that like that nature, you don't see them out here in the streets doing the real work. So absolutely. So when you say I have dealings with the youth, I sure do. I support them. I go to their schools. I have listening sessions. And make it so bad, why we want to talk about the youth in my dealings? I just got parent representative of the year at my son's school today. So yes, I definitely deal with the youth, proudly deal with the youth, and shall continue to deal with the youth. So back to youth jobs, I want to continue to deal with the youth as we pass money so they can continue to do positive things, so they can have a safe and clean summer. We don't operate out of the realm of facts here. And so again, whoever is saying that—
Point of order.
Please, thank you for pausing her time.
Yeah.
What is your point of
She's,
order?
Number one, speaking to my motives. I didn't make that statement. If you had listened intently, I didn't make that statement. I told you it was a statement that I had seen that was posted. Wasn't my statement. I don't know if y'all getting checks from there or not.
I'm sorry, what statement are you referring to that you didn't
The
make?
statement that was made about McCree Center regarding her comment about McCree Center. So she needs to be factual. I didn't make that statement. Wasn't my written statement, although it was very enlightening.
All right, thank you
Wasn't
for
my
that, Ms.
statement.
Burns. Please continue.
Thank you. And then she also just made the comment, she'll know we're getting checks or not. We receive the same check that you receive every other week from the city council. That's the check that we receive for going out into the community and doing our work. So as we continue to take the floor with pointless points of order to interrupt people when they are telling things that are factual, one thing that we will not do and that we should not do, let me be clear, that we should not do, if you don't know something to be true, maybe you need to stop talking. And if you want some facts, ask me, because I proudly stand on everything that I have done and that I am doing and that I will do in the future. So again, I am looking forward to passing this balanced budget. If it's not balanced, show us where it's not balanced. Let's work to get it balanced. If we're going to make accusations about working with the youth, that is a great accusation. Join me as we do something good for the residents of the city of Flint, both young and old. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman in the 9th Ward, would you like to take your time? All right, seeing as how he has declined to take his time, I will go ahead and take my time really quickly. So this is the resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget. This is what we're about to vote on. I was listening intently to see if there would be any budget amendments or suggestions. There were none, and so we're going to vote on this balanced budget as given Mr. Moore and the definition by the state of Michigan that is in front of us, with none of the amendments. Well, I think actually Mr. Pfeiffer made a couple amendments to some things that we'll see separately here later, but to this very thing that I listened intently for amendments to, and we did not get. This is the roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Madam Chair, for the record, too, I want to note that there were amendments made to this agenda item at the last Finance Committee meeting.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you say that again?
There were amendments made to this agenda item during the Finance Committee meeting that did pass.
Correct, I did state that Mr. Pfeiffer made amendments.
Okay. So,
So we need to make this a point one?
No.
No,
I'm
we're
going-
good, okay.
I'm going to recommend that you hold off on making it a point one because we only do that the one time. Also, without Mr. Moore stating otherwise, I just want to point out too, also to the council that the DDA millage resolution was not a part of this agenda. It will be on the special meeting tomorrow, and that normally it is adopted before the budget resolution is adopted. But for the record, the two amendments that passed were correcting the operating millage from the 19.10 to the 18,990.
All right, so Madam
Or
Chair,
eight.
before we go into a roll call vote, I'm sorry, were you done? I mean, Madam Clerk, were you done?
What's that?
Were you done?
No,
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just stating the amendments that had already passed. The operating millage correction from 19.1 and to 18.99, and the ombudsperson's office budget was amended to have a total of $250,000.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you want the floor? I thought you had, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I
Mhm.
think,
She
for
might
the-
need some clarification on something you just said.
yeah, so Madam Clerk, I'm just not understanding. We have a meeting tomorrow. Why is this even on the agenda for tonight?
Because this agenda item was, you were in the middle of voting on it when you lost your quorum.
Okay, so shouldn't you make all of those amendments and then bring this back to us tomorrow?
It was put on the agenda today to allow for more discussion time. So you could make amendments in this meeting as well as if you moved it to council before having the option to move it to the special meeting. That way it would give you 3 opportunities to discuss and make amendments.
Okay. Now, and like I said, are we all having the floor again, or what?
What are we doing?
It was just you so that you could get clarity because I saw your face. But anyway, so basically the options here, since you are the one with the floor, is we vote on it now, you say wait till tomorrow, or we keep
Yeah,
pushing?
I will, I'll make a motion to, make a motion to have this to be placed on the agenda for tomorrow, this resolution. Because, I mean, we can't vote on this tonight. Yeah, because you just said that we need the DDA budget and all of that before we. Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we, table this until tomorrow for the special council meeting for tomorrow.
It's been moved but that we table Resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget until the special meeting tomorrow, and it was properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Isn't this already on the agenda for tomorrow?
And now we're just tabling it till then.
It's fine.
Well, we can do it. Just go with it.
Okay, all right,
All
you
right,
got it.
just go with it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Is 7 yes, 0 no. So Resolution 250160-T, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 City of Flint budget, is tabled until tomorrow's special meeting. Moving on to 250161-T, which is the change order overage A through Z renovations, unlimited lead remediation services for fiscal year 25. What is the pleasure of the body?
Send to council.
There has been a move by the councilman in the 8th Ward, a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Is there somebody from the administration?
I believe that there is someone here who can speak to it. Sir, if you could please join us at the lectern. He's coming. He's got on that blue striped shirt.
He's from the administration?
Yes, I think this is his resolution. I know he's dealing with it. We'll find out in a second.
Okay. What's his position? Okay. Mr. Carpenter,
Yes.
do you know what are these overages for, and has the work already been performed?
Yes.
So what were these overages for?
It was for unforeseen issues with the add-on to a house. So basically with our job, we were supposed to come in and remove the windows and the paint on the walls. Once we took off the siding on the back of the house, everything was deteriorated. So we had to replace everything in order to stay compliant with replacing the windows.
Do you know why this wasn't brought to council before work was performed?
It was. Not the change order.
That's what I'm saying, the change order.
Oh, we was in the midst of it. We already had the homeowners out of the home. So it was one of them things where we had to get things rectified at that point.
Is the work now completed?
Yes, it's been completed for over six months.
So why is this just now coming before council? I understand. Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Mr. Carpenter, so this program, how many people have taken advantage of this program?
We currently are at, I believe, 125.
125.
And I have a waiting list of
Could
70.
Could you get us the list of the people?
Yep.
And because I think with this program, it's really what is the age of children from
Under 6.
under 6? Because I do know some people who received it who said they babysit kids and they got new siding on their house.
It's probably through the state program.
Yeah.
So the state program does things differently than what the city does, and they have a bigger price tag than what we have.
Okay, if you can send us the 125, so do they go through the state program with you?
No, they go through the city program.
Through the city program?
Mhm.
And where is this house that you had the 8,500 overage? What street? You don't have to give the address.
On Trumbull.
On Trumbull?
On Trumbull.
On Trumbull.
Mhm.
Because I don't see it in the packet.
The address,
Yes.
we was trying to exclude that information, so we
Could you
wasn't.
please pause the time? I'm sorry. Could you please pause the time? Councilman Pfeiffer, what is your point?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Please continue her time.
So is it common to have overages like this?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Why is it common?
Because it's an unforeseen issue. It was behind the actual siding, so we wasn't permitted
What
to
was the
remove
issue?
the siding. The windows was lead, and there was paint that was laid inside of the house. So in order for us to fix that, we couldn't just slap a Band-Aid on it. We actually had to put it up the correct way. So the substrate that was actually painted, which was a lead hazard, had to actually be removed.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Are you yielding?
I am yielding.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much. I am very familiar with this because, we talk about the different programs that are used to remediate lead and also to help upgrade families, residents of City of Flint homes. So thank you, Michael, for a job well done as you work with the residents, senior citizens, and everyone. Just like you said, having those criteria. And to my knowledge, it was when application, they're 6 and under. So if they get to you a little later, like say when you turn 6 or 7, because of the shortage of construction, people, but you still applied before you were 6, correct? All right. Thank you very much. So again, this is one of the many great programs that's offered through this city. The Hope Tax Credit, this. And so we want to encourage individuals to take advantage. Reach out to Mr. Carpenter and his department because they are remediating homes from lead. And yes, they do a thorough job. How do I know? Because I worked with residents that were working hand in hand with the city. So I can see firsthand what's going on behind the scenes. And it's nothing but good things. So again, thank you again, Mr. Carpenter. I'm totally for this. And I hope that my colleagues will join you as well because you service the entire city, correct? Yeah, absolutely. And so we want to make sure that you continue to serve them. So the people that are not able to take advantage of the state of Michigan's Lead Safe program, you can take advantage of the City of Flint Lead Safe program. So, and if they can't reach you, can the customer service desk downstairs direct them to you? Is that how that work? Thank you. Thank you so much, navigators. We definitely appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and for your dedication to, to helping the residents level up in the city of Flint. I've seen a lot of the work. You guys do great work. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 250161-T to move to council, and that's the change order overage A through Z renovation unlimited lead remediation service for fiscal year 25. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution 250161-T, which is the change order overage A through Z renovation unlimited lead remediation service for fiscal year 25 has been moved to council. Moving on to resolution 250162-T, which is the contract A through Z renovation lead-based paint hazard control abatement service. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
send to council.
There is a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there discussion in the first round? Councilman in the eighth ward, you have the floor. Mr. Carpenter, would you please join us at the lectern?
Mr. Carpenter, I see that this was bid out. Do you have a list of who bid in the numbers?
Yes.
Because it's not online and it's not included in this packet. Were they the only bidder, or there was multiple
No,
bidders?
I had 18 that showed up, 13 that bid it.
So you got 13.
Oh, I only awarded 6. Because of compliance reasons. And then you also have to have license.
So we have 6 contractors that were, so this is one of 6 that we're going to give?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you dig up that and email it to me, the bid results?
Yep.
Before the next council meeting in the next hour or so?
Yeah, I can send it to you right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And do you know how much our, because this is all HUD, is this the correct amounts on this, the 3 million that we're getting from HUD for the lead-based program?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I got. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Mr. Carter,
Yes.
how do people get in contact with you?
I'm sorry?
How do people get in contact with you?
Cell phone, email,
What's your email?
mcarpenter@cityoflint.com.
And then the program, never mind. I got, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm yielding.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, anybody in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one in the second round of discussion, oh, there she is. This is the roll call vote to send 250162-T, which is the contract A through Z renovation, lead-based paint, hazard control abatement services to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Contract A through Z renovation, lead-based paint, hazard control abatement services, Resolution 250162-T has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 250163-T, which is the La Fontaine Automotive Group purchase 5 trucks, sewer department. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Send to council.
There's been a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Through you to, I don't know, yeah, Mr. Mitchell. And
All righty, if we
through you
could
to-
have,
Hold on, through you to Mr. Mitchell, and also if, I think it's Blair back there.
I think only Mr. Mitchell.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, will you join us at the lectern?
So, Mr. Mitchell, I just hate the fact that the staff sits that far back. I do, because it eats up our time. And no other city council does the staff sit that far back. So tell us about these trucks and why do you need them? And what will they do?
Well, 3 of the trucks will be, they're called easy dumps, like mini dump trucks.
Okay.
I have 3 of them they're in very bad shape. So we're replacing those. And I'll be replacing 3 of my pickup trucks, which are 2017s.
So how many trucks do you have in your fleet altogether?
How many trucks do I have total?
Correct.
I think I have like a total of, I want to say 25 trucks,
And you're replacing,
pickups and easy dumps.
so you said 3, is it 3 easy dumps?
Yes, 3 easy dumps
And 5
And
pickups?
5 pickups.
And what is your oldest vehicle, 2017?
Yes,
What's the approximate mileage that you have on those trucks?
like 70,000.
70,000?
70,000, but they're beat up, they're rusted, doors falling off, they've been used.
Okay. And nobody wants to ride in them trucks after,
Hey,
after you all had them.
floorboards, because a lot of them we use to plow. So the easy
Oh,
dumps.
really?
Yes, we assist street maintenance. Whenever street maintenance have an issue, they call us in our easy dumps and we assist them with plowing.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Are you yielding?
I'm yielding.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor in the second round of discussion.
I guess I'll be polite to Mr. Mitchell, even though everybody knows you Ziggy. Now, these aren't, I know that we got like Denali editions and everything else a few years ago. These aren't those, right?
Not at all. Trust me, a young man behind me would not allow that again.
Okay, because, I mean, that was I'm gonna say that was a once in a lifetime thing when
Yes.
that was all we could get. I have a question for you. So, can you tell me the price discrepancy on why one of the trucks is 56,000 and the other 65,000? And it seems to be the same. I guess one is a diesel and one is a gas. So why not both diesel, not both gas?
This is what they had on the lot. So we were able to get with LaFontaine and say that we needed these trucks, and we were able to, and some of them were trade-ins. So we're able to trade 3 of our trucks in.
So the two I'm looking at are the
Okay.
2025s.
You know the number of it?
The what? The one is 56,000, the other is 65,000. Is the cost difference between gas and diesel, like, I know that diesel are better long-term.
Yes.
So I know the gas is cheaper, the vehicle, but is it going to cost us more long-term by having the gas one or vice versa?
No, no, since
Because
I've been here.
to me, it's like, well, if they don't have what we want, why can't we wait or order the one that we want for the amount?
I've been in both.
Because we could save 10 grand if we waited and got them, because they both got the same dump yard or the dump aspects of them, same snow. If the gas one is sufficient, why not save 10 grand and wait a few months and get another gas one?
We just went with what they had on the lot. It's not easy to get trucks anymore. Trying to get trucks now is like pulling teeth.
I drive by lots upon lots of trucks and just storage.
A lot of ones you see are used. Trying to get a new truck it's not easy.
I think the lot across from the old, across from Ashley Capital, the old Buick City, there's parking lots of.
But those are not the trucks we use. You will see a lot of trucks. The trucks we use are for plowing. I mean, we can wait now. We don't have a problem with waiting. We don't have one problem
No,
at
I'm just
all.
trying to get the justification of.
Thank you. Anybody else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
All right, thank you. So I know that you're in the middle of speaking. So would you like to continue your statement?
Oh, no, I was just saying if they wanted us to wait, we'll wait and see what the better deal is. We don't have a problem, but I mean, we'll wait, whatever.
Okay, all right. And so when you say better deal, we're talking about better deal on vehicles, right?
No, I was just speaking to what Mr. Pfeiffer said. If we can just wait, if he wanted us to wait, we'll wait.
Okay, so my reservation with that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, 'cause I know you said that you don't mind, but just being good stewards of money, we see that we are hearing the talk of tariffs and things are going up. And so if we don't act now, do you think if we wait, do you think that the price will go up?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. The prices are going up.
Okay, so what you're saying is if we wait, it'll be at our expense. So we'll be rolling the dice.
Regardless.
Okay, but if we move now, then we're getting.
We'll at least get this price. Now, what I can't guarantee you how much more they'll be, but everything, all my equipment, everything that I use is going up.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that information because we hear it on TV. We're hearing people talking about shipping things from overseas. The cost is rising. Price of buying cars are rising. And so what do you recommend?
I recommend going with what I have right here.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right,
recommend going with what I have right here.
okay. Thank you so much. All right, that's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 250163-T, LaFontaine Automotive Group purchase 5 trucks for the Steward Department to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution moves forward to council, and that was Resolution 250163-T. LaFontaine Automotive Group purchased 5 trucks for the Steward Department. Moving on to Resolution 250164-T, which is the contract for Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Renewal Information Technology Department. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
move to council.
There has been a motion to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no discussion in the first round, is the discussion in the second? Seeing as how there is no discussion in the second, we will move to the roll call vote for Resolution 250164-T, which is the contract Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Licensing Renewal Information Technology Department. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 250164-T, which is the contract for Dell Marketing LP 3-year Microsoft Licensing Renewal Information Technology Department, has been moved to council. Moving on to the final resolution for this committee, Resolution 250172-T, which is the adoption of the 2025-2026 Master Fee Schedule. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
send to council.
There's been a motion to send this resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Through to Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, would you please join us at the lectern?
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So quick question. Do you have a date yet when the McKinley Center will be open and occupied?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are we leaving them on the schedule even though they're not open?
We amended the schedule so that it just says community centers. It doesn't identify them. So if they open up, it'll be available. If not, we don't need it. So
Okay, so you amended the name?
well, if you, before we, last week it said that there was a fee for the Eric May Center, and then there was another fee for the McKinley Center. Now we just say community centers and combine the two. And if one open, that's fine. 2 open, or 3 or 4, we still have one set rate.
Okay, here's the issue. You have centers with names on them that have not been approved by city council. These are, when you name change a building, it is supposed to come through city council. Even say, for instance, the Gloria Coles Library had to come to city council. So this name just, names keep changing.
The name that we changed, we amended the resolution, the master fee schedule, so it does not include the names of the community centers.
Okay,
just
that's,
says-
yeah, but it needs to have the name so that you know and identify what you're paying for. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney.
City Attorney.
Attorney Gurley, when a name change, because I believe I read an ordinance, any name changes need to come through city council on any public or city property or buildings. They keep changing, and it's not the Eric Mays Center, it was the Mays Center with the sign that fell down with the duct tape. So is our city buildings, because if we have a master fee schedule, now he's saying they took off a name, which will be the documents they gave us today. Our city buildings required by resolution to have the name changed, approved by city council.
No, not all of the city buildings require that. From my understanding with the library, that was a different situation, being that there's some oversight by the city in some respects. But the idea here with the master fee schedule was that all the prices for any of the community centers, senior centers included, should be the same price. So if somebody's going to rent at Haskell, any of the community centers, including the Mays Center, it should be the same price. It shouldn't depend on where it's located. And so that was the idea, that if there's a discount for those individuals who are 80 years old and over, it will be the same no matter which community center they went to. And it also looks at resident versus non-resident as opposed to member, non-member. So it was just clarifying.
So it's more uniform.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there was an ordinance, and I'll have to look that up to send to you, because we keep no, we don't. The building's name keeps getting changed. It was supposed to be the Eric Mays Center, then the sign said Mays Center, then it was the McKinley, but then I believe McKinley has got some other projects, I believe, that they're working on. So it won't just be the McKinley, I believe it'll be it's supposed to be a senior, but also having another organization that's going to also be there. And so, according to ordinance, city buildings allocation of space, the city council shall by resolution determine the use of the space by city hall within buildings adjacent thereto. Such determinations, allocations, and reallocation of name and space shall annually to be changed. So who keeps changing these buildings' names?
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Mr. Moore, can you tell me what service is provided on the rental license and registration fee for $250? What, because this is for users fee. User fees are charged for services that benefit the individual or entity charged and avoid municipal subsidization. So what benefit or service is provided in the rental license and registration fee of $250?
You'd have to ask the Community Services Department for that.
Okay, what does vacant property registration mean? What benefit or service is provided with that $250 fee?
I would recommend that you also talk to the Community Services for that.
Who?
The Building Inspection Department for that.
Is there somebody here that can speak to that? Okay. Madam Chair.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
We can make sure there's someone here from Building Services to answer that question for tomorrow.
Thank you.
During our special meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to amend the line number 74 of rental license and registration fee, and also line 84, vacant property registration, to $100 each instead of $250 each. And I so move.
There's been an amendment for both the license the rental fee, and then also the vacant property registry fee. Is there support?
Support.
What line is the first one?
74.
74 and 84.
Got 74. Oh, where's the vacant one?
That's on line 84.
Thank you, I missed it.
To 100, from 250 to 100.
It was moved and properly supported. Is there discussion on that?
Madam Chair,
I think she's asking.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
through you to Mr. Pfeiffer, I understand the reasoning behind the $100 for the rental, but what about the vacant property? Could you give me a rationale for that?
So to me, I think that there's no engagement in that. Nobody registers there.
No, I know.
So I think by lowering that, we may get people that follow. We're going to get more than we got now. I promise you that. So I don't even know what are the requirements through you. Maybe you know, what are the requirements to register a vacant property?
I know that there is an ordinance that requires registration of vacant property, but it's not
So it's
being
not
done.
enforced.
It has to be
Right,
enforced.
correct.
So maybe if we lower it, we might get engagement, but keeping it high isn't going to get any engagement. So what do we have to lose but maybe get more engagement? I don't know. But keeping it at 250,
I think with that one, if there's going to be someone present to discuss it tomorrow, it should just be left alone until tomorrow.
So I'm going to support the vacant property, but I would like to hear from someone tomorrow on the rental license. So I'm going to make a motion to separate those two items and to drop the 74, line 74, the rental license and registration fee to $100, and just leave line 84 in place at this moment.
point of, can you repeat that one time? Sorry.
I'm asking that line 74 be dropped from your motion. So I'm making a substitute motion to add that back in for the moment. And then to leave the line 84, the vacant property registration at the $100. So
You mean at the 200?
at the suggested 100, right?
Right.
Right.
So there is a substitute motion on the floor to only change
The vacant lot property registration to 100, which is line 84.
I understand. So there's a substitute motion on the floor to only change the vacant property registration. Is there support? So that fails for lack of support.
I yield.
All right, going back to, and we're still at the original substitute.
Yeah, I'll take the floor.
Go ahead.
Through you to city attorney.
City attorney, please.
City attorney, can you, is there an ordinance where we mandate that $250 for the rental license and registration fee? And does it say in the ordinance what services are provided with that fee?
I doubt that there is a mandate for a specific figure, but I will look that up for you and come up with the answer.
Does it state, because that's what we're in litigation for, right? Or is this a portion of it? I don't want you to get too deep into it, but.
No, the litigation you're referring to is not for vacant property.
No, this is for so I'm speaking specifically now to the rental license and registration fee.
It is not to the rental and licensing fee.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I don't remember if you answered. Did you answer, is there anything specific that we say we are providing with that charge? So if I own a house and I want to rent it out, full transparency, I don't have that. But if I had a house that I wanted to rent out, what service is the city providing by me signing up for that rental license and registration fee? Because by law, we have to provide a service for that, right? So what
Yeah.
service is being provided? Because the inspection of that is above and beyond that fee.
Well, it really does depend. So if it is a rental property or a vacant property, and you think about out-of-state property owners, we do have to make sure that the property is still compliant.
But that's a inspection fee that's on top of the registration fee.
Mm.
So, and I can't find the answer, so I'm not surprised if you don't know the answer. I cannot find what service we provide other than putting a name on a list that we then in turn enforce inspections on. So, but the inspection is above and beyond, so what service is that $250 charge?
I will have that answer for you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. So the reason I made that, making this amendment is because nobody can answer that. And we are charging a fee that nobody can justify. And to my knowledge, we have 40% of the houses in Flint are rentals. And we do not have that amount in participation that have signed up for the rental license. So we are providing red tape and costs for persons or entities that rent houses and own houses. And we are standing in the way by charging too much for whatever service that is. To me, if we lower it, we're going to get more participation, and people won't, because if you own 10 houses, what's the benefit of paying $2,500 versus not paying it because there's no enforcement? So to me, there needs to be an enforcement arm, but we need to lower the registration amount so that we get more participation. So to me, this is a big one, and I think that we would actually get more revenue if we lowered the fee. Just saying, just by speaking to who I speak with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
You already spoke.
No, none of this, none of the change.
You already spoke on this. Oh, wait, that's right. Go ahead. No, you're fine. He made a motion to change it.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Through you to Attorney Gurley. Will this affect, is this what is it Landon? I think this is in, the rental fees has been in court before. Is this one still in court, the rental fees with, is it Landon Carter?
Well, I will not talk about specific litigation.
Oh, yeah,
but-
I don't want
Right,
specific,
but-
just is it in court?
Right, no, it does not involve the rental
It doesn't
inspection
involve
fees.
this one?
No,
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else? Because we're on the motion to change both of them. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Thank you, Madam.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. If possible, could we please bring Mr. Bailey up to the lectern?
Is Tyler Bailey here?
And seeing that this is his realm of expertise, I definitely would like to hear his take on the amending of these fees. But before he begins to speak, I know that I did do some due diligence, and I began to look at other municipalities to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. And it's important for Flint to speak to their neighbors to see how they're doing things. And I noticed that, East Lansing, their fees are $255. I saw one as low as $200 in Madison Heights. But we see that we had some of the lowest fees, and $250 is still pretty much on the, I'll say, low to mid end. So, Mr. Bailey, if you don't mind, could you please enlighten us about this fee and your professional opinion on how we should move forward with adjustments?
Yeah, so I will give you the caveat first that I am not a building inspector, so Mike would probably be the best person to ask. But you're correct, our fees are not close to on the average for what the state charges. And I know some folks don't want to have to pay fees, but that at the end of the day is the price of development. You have to have some skin in the game to invest in the city.
Fair enough. I guess anything else you want to add before?
No, my fees are mostly all from zoning.
From zoning?
Mhm.
Okay, got you. All right, well, thank you so much. All right. So seeing that and hearing this, we want to lower fees, but rent has increased tremendously. Rent is astronomical.
Request for information.
Sit.
Pause the time. What is your request?
Don't you think that part of this fee would be passed on to the renters?
All right, so
Please continue.
all right, then not a problem. So again, whenever you get in the rental game, there's a few things that you must know for certain. You know that you shall pay fees. And and as we talk about building up the city of Flint coffers, taking money away is not a way to build the coffers. And the fact that we're having landlords getting $1,000 plus easy, $1,000 a month easy. Yeah, we want to make sure that, again, Flint, that we're getting our fair share. Now, I know that we have some colleagues that have told people to move the F out of Flint, but that's not beneficial to this body. What we need to do is we need individuals to move into Flint and to pay their property taxes and their fees. That's important. So no matter if it's a water bill fee, no matter what fee it is, we need all those fees to make our municipality work. So, Madam Chair, so I definitely will relinquish the rest of my time after I just state again for the record that Flint, we are definitely on the lower end of fees. We don't hardly charge anyone anything for these fees. And so I'm not working for any interest groups besides the residents of the city of Flint. And so we want to make sure that all fees are being adhered to. Do I think if the fees were lower than people would pay? Probably not. Because if you're not paying as is, then what make you think that you're going to pay if it's lower? We have a history of, I'll say, a culture in our city of non-payment. And so we want to make sure that individuals that own property or that use services, that they pay for what they use. And again, if you choose to be a landlord anywhere, that's fine, but you're going to pay your fair share. You're going to pay your fee. And if you don't like the fee, please be landlord somewhere else so you can pay a higher fee elsewhere. That's how it works. We can't pacify everyone. We cannot. And so we want to make sure that if we do nothing else, that we must look out for the interests of the city because we are the stewards of the financial branch of the government. That is our duty. So I would definitely wait to hear what Mike has to say. But again, I want my fellow colleagues to do a little bit of due diligence and see what everyone else is charging in the state and bring it back to the body. We can further the discussion. If I'm wrong, I don't have a problem with saying, okay, let's amend it. But we need to be scientifically based and not emotionally driven. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor?
I've spoken the first round, right?
Not on this one. You tried to make an amendment.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
Okay.
So, but that was your first round then. So anybody else
Yeah.
in the first round? All right, we can move on to the second round.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Okay, as Dr. Lewis was speaking, I decided to look at Saginaw. And Saginaw has an annual license for $125. And this is a one-time. According to the master fee schedule, it says rent a license and registration fee one time. And, but in Saginaw, it's actually dated 2025 rental permit in that it's an annual fee. So $250 is cheaper than permitting with Saginaw, which is an annual fee.
What is your request?
Are you aware, like, I don't care what the fee is. Nobody can tell me what do we do for it, and we can't charge a fee without providing a service. I don't know what Saginaw provides as a service. That's my point.
Is there anybody else in the second?
I have not yielded.
I do have a request for, point of information. The city attorney literally started all of this off with Mike Ryder will be here tomorrow
Right.
to discuss this. So if there are any answers that are needed, Mike Ryder can answer the question about the fee.
And I was just stating Saginaw. That's all I was saying.
No, but I'm just saying there seems to be we can't get answers. Well, we were told at the beginning of this discussion, he'll be here tomorrow to answer.
I was just calling up the Saginaw one, that's all, because I figure Saginaw is more of on a socioeconomic level locally, so that would be more relevant to anybody else. Through you, are you coming up, Tyler, or no? You don't have anything additional to add, right?
Request for information.
Okay.
What's your request?
So, through you, Madam Chair, to the councilwoman in the fourth ward. So, if we have, I want to make sure that the math is right. So if Saginaw is charging $125 per year, and we're charging $250 for the life of the ownership of the property, is that what I'm hearing? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, that was,
Thank
all right,
you.
I yield.
Nobody has answers to. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the second round of discussion? All right, seeing as how there's nobody in the second round of discussion, I will take my time. So I'm not going to support any changes where this is concerned when the attorney literally stated that tomorrow, the person that can answer the questions will be present to answer the questions. I don't understand why we need to rush and make any amendments today if all of the questions will be answered tomorrow. Whether we lower it or make it higher or be comparable to Saginaw or whatever, all of that is irrelevant today because we would all be doing it based off of a feeling we might have when the reality is the person that is basically responsible for enforcement can speak to us tomorrow about why the fee is the fee. Roll call, Madam Clerk, and this was the motion to change both the rental fee for community centers. No. Rental license fee? The rental license fee for community centers though, right? No?
No, for rental housing.
I thought you put two in yours.
No, vacant property registration and rental license.
Okay. Thank you. So this is an amended motion for line item 74, which is rental license and registration fee one time of $250 down to $100. And then also line item 84, which was the vacant property registration down from $250 to $100. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
No.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
make a motion to postpone this till tomorrow.
There's a motion on the floor to postpone Resolution 250172-T, which is the adoption of the 2025-2026 master fee schedule to tomorrow's meeting. Is there support? I'll support it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That resolution has been postponed until tomorrow's meeting. What is the pleasure of the body? There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 6:50 PM. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned.
Did you break your chair?
You want me to print you a copy of the what's the name, or you good with it? You want me to print you a copy of?
What am I looking at here?
This is a reminder to public speakers, if you wish to speak at the council meeting, you need to fill out a speaker slip and have it in the box before the meeting starts. If you've already filled out a speaker slip for the previous meeting and wish to speak, you do not have to fill out another slip.
I forgot we can't get into that thing without.
If all council members can take their seats, we will start this city council meeting. It is 7:13 PM. And I am calling this city council meeting to order for the purpose of electing a city council president in accordance with section 3-201B of the Flint City Charter. And we will start with a roll call. Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
Madam Clerk,
Ms. Priestley?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone the selection of leadership, whatever you want to call it, to the end of the agenda.
Ms. Priestley has made a motion to postpone the organization of the city council
you
to
go.
the end of the agenda. Is there support for her motion?
Support.
My support was by Ms. Burns. So we will take a roll call.
Madam Chair,
That was,
sir,
that was.
that was
Liddell.
not,
I'm sorry.
excuse me, that was not me, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Sorry, that was Dr. Lewis in support. So we'll take a roll call on the motion. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. So we will move on with the rest of the city business.
Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Mashat, could you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. Do we have anyone that would like to honor someone with a moment of silence before we move forward?
Madam.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to have a moment of silent prayer for the family of Mr. Arthur Lofton III, the family of Mr. Paul Hood, the family of Mr. Joe Franklin, and the family of Mrs. Ferry Ross.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I would like to have a condolence for Mr. Kermit Welch. A moment of silence.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Ms.
I would like to join in the request for the moment of silence for Mr. Hood, as well as Mr. Franklin, and then also for the Evans family in their loss.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing that there are no one else, I would like to have a moment of silence for Miss Joanne Deloney. Miss Joanne Deloney. All right, so now we will have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. So now it's time for the prayer of the blessing. Ms. Priestley, could you please render the prayer of the blessing?
Yes. Father in heaven, we ask for your wisdom as we begin this meeting. We acknowledge that we need your wisdom and insights, and we welcome your presence among us. Guide us in our discussions and decisions, helping us to seek what is best for all involved. We trust in your perfect wisdom and ask that you direct our meeting according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, so now it is the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. So now it's time for requests for agenda changes or additions. Do we have any agenda changes? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. All right, so we have add-on number 1.
The resolution adopting a final project planning document for water system improvements and designated an authorized project representative.
All right. So, all right, so I will, so where would you like to add this?
It can go at the end or before the leadership election reorganization of council.
Okay, so, all right, so the last resolution? Okay.
No, she's objecting to
All
where
right,
it's
so,
located.
council,
Oh. That's what I'm,
If you look at the agenda, there is another thing that's before that.
okay.
So it needs to go after the resolution 250172, if you're trying to put that in the
all right, after 172,
whatever our last resolution is.
got it.
250165 is their last, isn't it?
Right, I just realized that, so whatever the last resolution is.
Okay, yep, so the last resolution is 250172.
No, because
Oh.
that moves to the meeting tomorrow. So I see what she's saying.
So after the 250165.
Through the chair,
Oh, go ahead.
yes, that resolution actually goes with the public hearing, if that makes a difference in the placement. Okay.
So it needs to go after the public hearing.
Before public comment?
Yeah, that's.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Oh, okay, so it will go directly after public hearing without objection? All right, he's gonna object. So, okay, so we will have a vote on that. Any more additions? All right, no more? Okay, so Madam Clerk, so we will do a roll call vote for the addition of not resolution, but add-on number 1 to right after public hearing. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Could I have someone to make the motion and second it?
Oh,
for
okay,
the
so-
record?
thank you. So is there a motion for that?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to do it after presentation of minutes.
After the presentation of minutes? Okay.
Oh, I won't object to that one. I said I wouldn't object to that.
All right, so we are going to add it without objection to right after the presentation of minutes. So the first resolution. All right, so seeing that we have no more additions, we will go on and we will have our public hearing, which is public hearing to,
Madam
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I also would like to move third ward appointment to after reorganization of council.
The third ward appointment to after the reorganization of council. All righty, got it. Thank you. All right, so we will move forward with the public hearing, which is 250154.6, the public hearing on the drinking water system improvements in 2026 drinking water state revolving fund project plan. All right, so before we move on, I would like to ask the attorney, is there anything that we need to know about this before we start the hearing?
Yes, good evening, council. We have representatives here from DLZ Engineering who will provide the information on the city's application for the drinking water state revolving loan fund. They're going to present the project plan, which is due by June the 1st, and they'd like to submit it by Friday. So thank you for entertaining this public hearing.
All right, thank you. And so we have a presentation, correct, before the hearing?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
There's, like, is there going to be a presentation and then we get a chance to ask questions? Because none of that is on the agenda. This is a public hearing, not a presentation, so I'm trying to see what we're doing here.
Go ahead.
If I may amend the agenda again to put the presentation from our, from the engineering firm prior to the public hearing
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Priestley.
with 15-minute time limit.
I don't know what they're going to present, so I can't tell
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so 1 second. All right, so what we will do, we'll just have you all just state what you're here to present really, really briefly, so we can vote on adding this to the agenda, okay?
Certainly, we're here to talk about the 2026 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan that's been prepared for the city.
Okay, and you are?
My name is Mike Lufkin with DLZ.
Okay, all right.
How long do they need? How long do they need?
All right, so how long do you need?
Hopefully no more than 15 minutes.
No more than 15 minutes? Okay, well, all right. So go ahead, madam.
Okay, so I'd like to make this a special order for 30 minutes to include council questions.
All right, sounds good. So that'll be ordered without objection.
We're just
Yep.
trying to get the dongle working here.
Make sure you speak in the mic because we can't hear unless you.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Is there a trick to getting this, the dongle to project the presentation?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Just for the record, we will keep the time because they need the, for their presentation.
They can't put it on the screen because they'll be using that for presentation.
Because what?
The timer won't be on the screen.
Let's try this one instead. If you want to take that one out.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to make a request that they are warned when they have 5 minutes left in their presentation.
All right, fair enough.
Because, so that they can have their 15, we can have our 15.
So when we
Thank
plug
you.
it in, that little pop up, if you want to take it out again. And then when that little pop up comes up.
Okay, appreciate that. All right.
Okay, we're good.
All right, are you all ready?
We're good. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Appreciate the council for having us this evening. As I said, my name is Mike Lufkin. I'm with DLZ, Department Manager, Civil Engineer. I'm here with Kyle Gall, also a Civil Engineer with DLZ, and we're here to talk to you tonight about the 2026 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan. We'll get into a little bit of the details of what this is, why we're here. There's a couple of projects that are involved in this project plan submittal. We'll go through those and answer any questions that anybody might have. So what is the DWSRF program? It's a Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. It's a low-interest loan program that helps assist communities in financing drinking water infrastructure improvements. It's a program that was established in 1996 as an amendment to the Safe Drinking Water Act. So what is the program? Well, each year Congress authorizes a certain amount of money to each state. I think in the last few years, it's been in the neighborhood of $260 million. We don't exactly know what that number is this year. 2026 project examples, the goals would be to improve drinking water treatment, fix leaky old pipes, improving source water of supply, replacing or constructing finished water storage tanks, or other infrastructure projects that are needed to improve public health. So there's 4 core components that we're going to try to go over tonight. It's a requirement of EGLE, who administers this this project plan and the review and scoring of these projects. I'll point out before we get into the project specifically, this public hearing and any action that you might take on the add-on number 1, the resolution, doesn't commit you to this program. This is simply getting you in the queue for some potential either low interest funding, or there's possibilities for principal forgiveness. So this kind of gets you in the queue. These projects will be evaluated with other projects across the state and scored appropriately. So hopefully your projects will score well and possibly secure some funding for these. So the 4 components that we're going to go over tonight, description of the drinking water infrastructure and alternatives. So we'll look at the projects that we've identified and alternatives to what we're looking to do as the improvements. We're going to provide descriptions of the recommended alternatives and costs that are associated with those. We're going to talk about financing, and we're going to talk about any social and environmental impacts that might be caused by the project. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Kyle Gall. He'll go over the project specifics, and then we'll be able to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, council. As Mike said, my name is Kyle Gall. I'm with DLZ Engineering. So right now, these projects are all things that have been identified for the city water needs. We have 2 projects that are part of this project plan. There's the rehabilitation of the Torrey Road Booster Station, which has seen reoccurring problems with poor pressure and supply issues, as well as the replacement of 30,000 feet of the Northwest Transmission Main. And this has had issues with aging water main breaks, and water quality, public health concerns. And these 2 projects are also identified on the administrative consent order. So these are addressing that, which with that timeline, we're looking at the Torrey Road Booster Station to have complete by December 31st, 2027, and the Northwest Transmission Main by December 31st, 2028. Here's a general map of the study areas. I'll get into a little bit more specifics as we go. The purple lines, there's the 2 different phases, and that's going to be for the Northwest Transmission Main. And we've got the yellow circle that is where the Torrey Road Booster Station is. So as we said, when we're looking at these, we look at different alternatives, and there's some set alternatives that EQUAL requires you to look at. The first being no action. This is pretty self-explanatory. You do absolutely nothing. Obviously, it's not a great alternative when you're looking at improving your system. The second alternative is optimum performance of existing facilities. So for this one, you're going to have operational changes to aging infrastructure. You might have some new equipment, but no full rehabilitation. This is basically looked at as a temporary solution. And it's essentially what the city is currently doing. Then number 3 is going to be a regional alternative. So for this, for the Northwest Transmission Main, we might look at things like adding another feed from Genesee County, or completely, instead of replacing this water main, building a new water main in general. For the Torrey Road Booster Station, a regional alternative would be to build a second booster station to help aid instead of doing anything with the current one. These are obviously not going to be as cost effective. So we are looking at alternative 4, which is what the resolution then is for, of improving the existing infrastructure. This is going to be direct and comprehensive water quality and reliability improvements. And I'll get into a little bit more of what the specifics of each of these projects will be for alternative 4 next. So for rehabilitation of the Torrey Road Booster Station, right now, kind of optimum performance, what's happened thus far is they already tried putting in new pumps, but it's still experiencing low pressures. So at this point, we're looking at doing a complete rehabilitation in order to get the service up to what it should be. For the Northwest Transmission Main, we'd be replacing the water main. That's going to be about 30 feet of water main. It's split up into 2 phases, which I'll show a little bit better on one of the upcoming maps. But phase 1 is going to be from DuPont and Pasadena intersection to the DuPont and Seminole intersection. And phase 2 runs from the DuPont and Bishop intersection to the water treatment facility. And this is going to provide, high water quality. It's going to reduce the number of water main breaks. It's going to increase the reliability. And if we want to look a little closer at some of those maps, so Torrey Road, this is an existing booster station that we're rehabbing. It's located off Hamburg Road between I-69 and West 12th Street. And the Northwest Transmission Main is, as I said, the phase 1 runs from DuPont and Pasadena intersection to the DuPont and Seminole intersection. It is slightly misleading because the route actually mostly follows Iroquois Avenue, despite starting and stopping on Pasadena, or on DuPont, sorry. The second phase runs the DuPont and Bishop intersection to the water treatment facility, and that's going to follow along Bishop Avenue and Wager Avenue. For these, you might notice that there's a gap in between these 2 sections. As I believe was mentioned in the previous meeting, some of this work has already been done. So that section that's missing has already been completed, which is why we have 2 phases that don't connect. So looking at the estimated construction budget, once again, we looked at all 4 alternatives for the budget. Option 1, that no action, and option 2, the optimum performance. Those are not going to have any initial costs because we're not doing anything, or we're running things exactly as they are right now. You will see an increase in operation and maintenance costs, though, as we'd see more routine maintenance and spot repairs required without any rehabilitation. For number 3, the regional alternatives, a water reliability study was done in 2016 that identified the cost as being around $20 million. Based on inflation since 2016 and not accounting for any differences in supply issues, that cost is currently about $26.65 million. Then once you add in the Torrey Road Booster Station, we're already exceeding $30 million. So we didn't break it down further, as you'll see in option 4, that's already in excess of what the option 4 alternative would be. For doing all the improvements, the actual construction costs we're looking at is about $25 million. For the loan budget, that does have to take into account construction costs, design, administration, inspection, legal financial services, bond counseling. So all in all, for what we were looking at for the SRF loan would be $29.5 million. Now, with this, thank you. With this loan, it is a low interest loan. So the city of Flint will be requesting and the low interest rate, which Eagle has right now estimated at 2.2%. Based on this, we have an annual principal and interest payment of about 29.5 million. And oh,
That's the budget.
oh,
The
annual principal and the budget. Sorry.
That's the budget.
Yes, thank you. The budget was the 29.5 million.
1.8 million was the annual principal and interest payment.
Yes, which was next. Okay. So the principal and interest would be funded through the operation and maintenance budget, unrestricted sewer fund balance, and capital charges. Now comparing this to the bond market, we're looking at an interest rate of approximately 4.5% compared to that 2.2%, which works out to an annual savings of about $428,000. So if we compare this over time, the estimated loan at that $29.5 million is going to end up between the SRF loan of 2.2 and the conventional market of 4.5, a savings of about $8.5 million over time, over that full 20 years. Looking at the social environmental impacts, we're looking at minimal traffic impacts. Torrey Road Booster Station's an existing site that we're already constructing on. The water main's going to follow the existing, so everything's already been built out, so it's going to reduce any new impacts. For the project costs, as Mike mentioned, hopefully being a disadvantaged community can possibly get some forgiveness, some grants. We won't know until actually submitting everything. But if the project costs would need to be paid by the city if the grants or alternative funding can't be secured, one alternative for this would be a possible rate increase, but obviously we don't know at this point what will happen because we have to wait and see. The schedule for the funding would be January 2026, submittal of the draft plans and specifications for the construction. March 2026, environmental assessments, submittal of permit applications, final submittal of plans and specifications. April 2026 would have Eagle approving the project plan and approval of the plans and specifications. So it would be able to go out to bid. Looking at then a construction start date of August 2026 and construction wrapping up in November of 2028, which is 1 month ahead of when the consent agreement is requiring construction to be completed by. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
All right, thank you. All right, so now we will utilize this time to hear from the body. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So, so can we first get a copy? We're just now looking at this. Could you email that to the city clerk to where she could email it to all of us? Because obviously you are not on our agenda. So, and this is something that is very important. So you're stating that the Torrey Road water, the Torrey Road station, what is, because wasn't there some, didn't they put the wrong valves on there at first? The valves weren't, they didn't fit?
I can't speak to the valves. What I do know is that the pumps that were replaced, which we might be referring to, they're not able to maintain the pressure that you're looking for in that district. So we're going to need a little bit more of a comprehensive overhaul of the station. So just replacing the pumps that were there is not addressing the problem appropriately.
So you just stated in the, or the gentleman right here, I don't recall your name, that you're suggesting a total overhaul of that work?
Yes, that's part of the consent agreement is that has to be analyzed. Right now, the plans haven't been put together. This is just to possibly secure the funding. The plans have not actually been put together for what work would be for sure completed.
Okay, so that's where you come up with the 25 million, is that right?
Yes, based on what is anticipated, but nothing is set in stone at this point.
Okay, because things can change, where the products come from. We have tariffs and building supplies and everything, which is not going to help this project at all. So you said, I can't find, and I know I have my administrative consent order here. I just happened to bring it today. Didn't know that you were coming. We are required to have these. What is the date again? By, was it 2026? Was one of the dates, and actually there is a.
So based on the administrative consent order for Torrey Road, they're looking to have necessary upgrades and replacement of the station completed by December 31st, 2027. And for the Northwest Transmission Main, they're requiring the complete replacement of the remaining sections by December 31st, 2028.
Okay, and so you were stating this isn't like a forgivable. What's the total? Was it 25 million? Because a lot of these projects, this administrative consent order has a lot of projects. And that was one of the things with, I know you were here, our DPW was saying, hey, I don't know where we're gonna get the money, because we're required to do a lot of these projects and we don't have the money. And now you're saying the work that has been done on the Torrey Road Booster Station, we need to redo it all, a revamp.
Yeah, I can't speak to what was done previously.
Right, so why is the pressure that low? Is it low to where it's unsafe for that side? How did you determine that, what were the determining factors that it was too low?
I don't know.
I can't speak to what was the determining factor. It was something that was identified by Eagle as being too low.
Okay.
So we were putting together the project plan to address this, but we are not the ones who are putting together the plans of the work to be done.
So we're literally, I had no idea you gentlemen were coming, because these are important projects. And I have actually read my ACO and went over with some people who are smart, not way smarter than me, who knew what they were doing. And so this is, I mean, for this, we didn't get to ask questions about this last year before, they passed it and pushed it on. And these are some serious questions, because now we're saying, you know what, we got to do this. And I really do need time. So what about the Cedar Street station?
I know that was part of the, I want to say
Administrative
2023 DWSRF. So the project plan was done a couple years ago that included the Cedar Street. So I believe that work is in progress, if not completed, but that one is already being funded through the same program, actually.
Okay, do we know to what percentage that it is in its completion stage?
I don't know. I don't have that information right now.
Okay, and so, because you're kind of on the spot, that I'm kind of on the spot, but I happen to bring my stuff here. I don't know, do I need to send an email to, I see Scott Dungy is back there. Do you, Madam Chair, to Scott Dungy?
Mr. Dungy, could you please approach the lectern?
Because if, I mean, these projects, and they are required that we do them, and there's a lot. Hi, Mr. Dungy, how are you?
Fine as wine. How about you?
I'm well. I'm tired. I just took a Benadryl, so I'm a little sleepy maybe, but it's my allergies. So all of these projects, can we get an update? These were all our administrative consent order, and these were also the ones that we were cited on the technical managerial financial report, the TMF report. Can we get an update of where these projects are and what percentage that they are at in this completion? If it's not funded, If it needs to be funded, it to be determined, so that we can read this. This needs to be updated.
Yes.
So, okay. And so are we required, what is the time sensitivity with this? Because you're here tonight, had no knowledge.
So pretty much everything on that list has been completed. There's a
Okay.
handful of items that have not been completed, but the majority of that list has. So the only things that's left over, that's on the ACO, would be the Torrey Road Booster Station, and that's what they're talking about.
Okay.
Northwest Transmission Main.
And
that's
Torrey
the-
Road is on here.
Yes, the Torrey
Okay.
Road, the Northwest Transmission Main. The Cedar Street project is under construction right now. The reservoir will be done within a couple months. The pump station will be done in 2026, February, roughly 2026.
Okay. So can you, because this and this is married to each other.
Yes.
If you could please give an updated copy to all of the council members, because even
certainly.
if you're reading this, you won't, and this will
Yeah.
tell you, because this also goes into what they,
Mhm.
everything that are their findings, the project. Only thing is I don't know how with the cost part, because that's a variable that's constantly changing
Right, right.
because of supplies.
Yes.
So the forgiveness of this loan. So we really have to, I'm really kind of stuck on that. So what is the likelihood? So right now, there is no forgiveness. It's like, do the work, the city's got to pay this 25 million, and if you don't pay it and you default on it, what happens? I mean, because people want to, everybody wants
Yeah.
to, he doesn't want to say that.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is that this is an avenue to help get funding, whether it's through the low-interest loan program or for possibly some consideration for principal forgiveness on the project. You're not committed to this in any way. That wouldn't be until like closing of the loan, which is way down the road after the project's design and bid and all that. But this is an avenue to help get you funding. We won't know what the likelihood is on the principal forgiveness until you get in the pot and get scored with all the other projects across the state.
Okay, so get it going and pray that someone takes sympathy or empathy on the city of Flint and our projects.
Okay, so Ms. Burns, you want to go ahead and move on to someone else, for the sake of time. So,
Well, I'd like to put an amendment on the floor to extend this another 15 minutes. This is important.
Okay, but before you do that, let's see if anyone has.
No, I don't want to, no, I don't. I want to, there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor to extend this for another 15 minutes. It's your job to ask for a second. Thank you.
So again, we need to make sure things are done in order. So, Ms. Byrne, we don't need for you to tell the chair what her job is, as I sit in the chair seat. And so, what we will do, since we have a motion on the floor and we also have support, we will go ahead and we will take a roll call vote to put 15 more minutes on the floor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alameda is not in. Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. So 15 additional minutes will be added. So as I was stating before, we're going to pause right here so we can go on to other members and we will come back to Ms. Burns. So do we have anyone?
order.
What is your point?
We don't have a limit for each person. I mean, we're in some critical conversation. I don't want to lose this.
So we're not losing. We want to make sure that we're
Yes.
giving individuals an opportunity to speak. So we're going to go ahead and ask, anyone else would like to have the floor? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm not opposed to the projects. I'm opposed to how we are going to pay for them. Because in our water fund, we're already running $12 million a year deficit, and now we're going to add potentially, even though I don't think your numbers were up there correctly on the annual P&I. I think it's going to be close to $2 million a year.
I think it was a little over 1.8
Yeah,
million.
so, I just want to know how we're going to pay for that. And if the forgiveness doesn't come through, that's 20 years of every opportunity for the state manager to come back. You had it in your options as option one of what we're doing now, basically standing pat. That would be against the ACO? So why isn't it an option?
There's 4 standard options that the state requires every project plan, regardless of if there's an ACO, to analyze. So we had to analyze all 4 options. It's just part of the standard procedure of this.
But because we accepted the ACO, we really don't have 4 options. Is that?
Yes.
See?
I mean, to me, this is a little, nothing against you guys, but to me, this is a little conflict of interest, meaning you guys are presenting to us costs that you're going to charge, but then like without a competitive bid process to know what those numbers are truly accurate, right? So to me, this whole thing is just a mess. We don't know how much it's going to cost exactly. We don't know if we're going to get a forgiveness loan or a loan at all, for that matter, correct?
So
We're
let
not
me address
guaranteed
that.
any dollars, right?
Okay, so first off, I just want to say that it actually, as far as the conflict of interest, DLZ is preparing this project plan and get together an estimate, but we are not the engineers who would be putting together the plans. So we are in no way tied to
But you will be
the
bidding
actual
on it,
work.
right?
No, we would not be.
So-
It's already, do we know who?
I was told it was another consultant.
Yes, we were told there was already another consultant, but no, we
How
would
can there
not
be another consultant when we don't even have the money or giving out the contract?
So this is an avenue for payment. This doesn't necessarily mean that you are tied into this by any means. We're looking at options for payment. This is basically, by accepting this, it's accepting this as a possible option for payment. It's not tying into anything.
So is DLZ's only project is securing us this funding, and once we get the funding, you guys walk away?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and in regards to these projects, yes.
Okay.
So yes, and looking at loan amounts, this avenue is looking at, okay, can we get the SRF low interest, which the 2.2%
Right.
versus a regular? And this also puts in for the opportunity for the loan forgiveness. We can't say for sure if it would or would not, but there's zero possibility without applying for this. And this just puts you in the queue and does not lock you into anything.
Right, but are we guaranteed, if we want the 2.2%, and what, are we guaranteed to get this loan or no?
No, not necessarily. As I mentioned, Congress appropriates, and I said the last few years has been about $260
We don't know what that,
million.
we don't know what that number is, right?
We don't know what that number is, but what Eagle will do in review of these projects is rank them based on scoring components. And part of that is gonna, the consent orders are going to play into that. The disadvantaged status of the community is going to play into that and score points. So it's going to put you in a really good position to qualify for funding and possibly the principal forgiveness. We just can't comment on what the reality of that is right
Okay.
now.
My final question, then I'll yield to my colleagues. How did we come up with the costs of the projects? I think you noted a 2016 study. Obviously, that's a decade old. So how did we come up with the anticipated 25 million construction cost?
The 2016 report was only used to come up with a potential cost for the alternative number 3, which when we got beyond, as Kyle said, we got beyond that $30 million mark, we knew that wasn't going to be the affordable option. Because alternative 4, we did price based on current construction costs and material costs and those type of things. So alternative 4 was the more affordable option.
What is $30 million? How did we come up with 30 million as a ceiling? Is that the SRF?
I don't think that is the ceiling. That's just, when we got over that point, it just became not a viable option because it wasn't going to be affordable to the city.
So we gave you a number that was, told you that was, so we gave you a number and said with 30 million is going to be affordable for us?
No number was provided, but alternative 4 was well under that threshold. Therefore, that became the affordable option, if you will.
So maybe I missed it. How did you come up with the construction costs? Did I miss what you said on that?
Yeah, for alternative 4, the construction cost is based on unit price of the footage of pipe that's going to be put in, based on current costs of similar construction in the region.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
All right. Anyone else would like to have the floor? All right,
Through
seeing
the
no one
chair.
else. Mrs. Burns, you go ahead and continue.
No, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
I just had a really quick question. So, and this might not be for you, it might even be for somebody for the administration, but when we were doing this ACO, Mr. Miller told us that even if we didn't adopt it, the state was going to hold us to it anyway, it was going to be adopted anyway. Then you just told us that since this was voted on, that we're kind of locked into what you're doing because we voted on it. So my question is, if the state would have enacted it anyway, would you still be standing here telling us that you're going to do this anyway?
Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer asked about what you're doing, right? And you stated, well, because you voted on this, you're now locked into these options, or these are your options. We were told that by Mr. Miller at the time that the ACO was going into effect whether we voted on it or not. So my question to you is, if the state of Michigan will still have enacted it, whether we agree to it or not, would you still be standing here today telling us that this is what we're locked into?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, we were commissioned by the city to prepare this project plan to help provide an avenue for financing. So,
But even if so what I'm saying to you is it would have been enacted by the state either way. So the city would have still been beholden to prepare or get you or whomever to prepare the project plan. So would this project plan have been the same anyway, even if the state said, well, you have to move forward and get a project plan?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I can't speak to the ACO or how that's going to be pushed forward by Eagle or other entities. We just know that these projects were asked of us to come up with this project plan so we could help present and get in the queue for potential financing.
So basically, regardless of if we would have done it or the state would have pushed it through anyway, because they were going to do it anyway, you still would be standing before us presenting this project plan that you just said that because we voted for it, we're locked into.
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak to the ACO or what would happen if we're not here. I don't know that I can speak to that.
All righty, I yield for now.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Shad. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Okay, so here's the question. If we had approved the ACO, would we be here today saying we're going to be getting this plan estimated amount for 29 million?
Well, again, we're here because the city commissioned us to put this project plan together.
Okay, so you're just, okay, so on September 23rd, we weren't able to even ask questions. And there were so many questions about the ACO where we're at, because ultimately we are supposed to have a certain amount of funds, the 100 million from the WIN, and then I believe another 200 million. And I don't think we have any money for any of the projects. I mean, and this is a huge, this ACO is huge. And so because we have to be in compliance, now we're stuck with this. I was very angry that on September 23rd, that we didn't get to ask one question about the administrative consent order, that it was voted on with them doing a call for the question. This is so important. And here now today, we having a public hearing, you're here, and we have to figure out, because this was shoved down our throats. Didn't know you were showing up today. They shut our voices down because they had 5 votes that did it. And this is not a 5-vote document. This should have had every ward approved, and it should have been transparent. And it wasn't. It wasn't. And we have to pay for these projects. That's the one thing we know it's not an option that we're required. So you mentioned that so we have to wait for Congress to see what the appropriations are, to see, you kind of came out with Congress, but Congress is cutting everything up there. I mean, literally, they're gutting departments. So, I mean, we don't know what they're gutting. And so I am terrified because we don't have any assurances with some of the things. So the Congress part, can you speak? Because we're waiting for Congress, and this is where all of our elected officials at every level, we need to start seeing them in our council chambers too. People think that city council is where it starts at. You got state rep, you got senators, you got congressmen and women, and they need to be here too, because this is not just our responsibility. And this is not easily understood. I had tutors, basically. So tell me the Congress piece, because if that's what we're waiting on, because people think Flint should have been fixed. It's been 11 years and they think it should have been fixed.
Sure. Yeah, well, I definitely understand the concern, and I wish I had a crystal ball and I could predict what monies they have available. I can't. I don't know that information. Like I said, years past, they had about $260 million that they were able to appropriate, and then there's other funds that can get added into that. Last couple of years, there's been the bipartisan infrastructure law has introduced some additional funds, and there's other funds that might become available as a potential source to either increase that money for loans or apply towards some principal forgiveness. So again, this is just getting you into the queue.
And then we can apply for, get the work done. And, Flint, you'll have this 30 million, I'm gonna round it up, that needs to be paid. But by the way, you've been taken over by emergency management before, not once, but twice, but 3, well, maybe 4 times. And this is really, this was not done properly, because we have to pay it, and we got to find out how to pay it.
In terms of
Then how?
In terms of this loan, you would know what you qualify for before being locked into anything, before you do any of the work. This is to get you in the queue to find out how you would do to get that score. By adopting this, it doesn't mean that you're locked into that number by any means. It's to put the project forward to see, will they fund it? What type of funding will they get? This is the number we've asked for based on our estimate, but it's not
from Congress.
But it's not locking into that you have to construct this amount before you find anything out.
So passing the ACO gave consent to go ahead to get a consultant. Is that correct? To move the project forward?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. We were not involved with the ACO. It's how I believe projects were picked, but we weren't involved with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. So when you present the plan, I know you're going to have to list specific things that need to be fixed. Do you have that list as far as what specific problems or deficiencies currently exist, maybe at the Torrey Road booster station, as well as the Northwest transmission main.
So we don't have, our study didn't, and its project plan didn't include all of the solutions. We know that the consent order talked about the pressure issues, that the Torrey Road Booster Station is having a hard time maintaining that pressure in the district that it's trying to maintain. So if that project were to move forward, the design engineers would need to investigate what's been done, what the pumps are doing, everything about the hydraulics of your system to try to figure out how to solve that. That would be part of the rehabilitation plans. It's not really part of this activity here, trying to get in the queue. We estimated improvements, assuming like a full facility rehabilitation based on similar size and scope projects elsewhere to come up with the budgeting for that.
Oh, okay, so that's how you came up with the budget for each
Yeah, the Torrey Road Booster
each of
Station.
the projects.
Yeah, and then the interceptor, the transmission main that we were talking about, we've got a linear footage of that would need to be replaced. And we can estimate that, I don't want to say great, but we can estimate that really pretty good with current construction costs based on similar construction within the region, so.
So if it's just the estimate,
1 second, Ms. Winfrey Carter. So just want to let you know that we have 5 minutes left.
okay.
Go ahead.
So if it's just the estimate, I mean, okay, if it's just the estimate, so it may be a little more or it may be a little less, right?
Yeah, so the process.
So are we asking for a roundabout figure of what you guys think?
Yeah, we try to be conservative in our numbers because we certainly don't want to get to that end phase and have the project come in way over that budget. But the process would be, if these projects were to move forward, the design engineers would put together a package that would be bid out by contractors, publicly bid, and you'd have that bid information before you go to the loan closing, so you would know what the bid value is on that project, not just this estimate. The estimate's just trying to set the stage and give Eagle an idea, how much financing are we trying to allocate for? But we wouldn't know the true value of that until your design engineers come up with the designs and actually bid that out publicly.
Okay, so we're asking for the 29.5 million, right? For the loan amount.
Correct, that would be the ask of Eagle to consider for financing.
Okay. All right, I'm done, Madam Chair.
All right. So, do we have anyone else that would like to? All right, 1, 2, I know I would like
Madam
to speak
Chair.
as well. Go ahead.
How much time do we have?
We have approximately 4 minutes. So, yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough for 3 people.
That's not enough, no.
Not for 3 people.
We need to have more time, maybe 10 more minutes.
10?
Mm.
Sounds good. All right, motion on the floor to put 10 more minutes on the discussion clock. It's been supported, moved, who's that, by you? Move, yeah, so it was brought up to the floor by you, right?
Mm.
And supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Voted 7 yes, 0 no.
Voted 7 yes, 0 no. So we do have 10 more minutes for this order.
So 14 minutes.
Pardon?
14 minutes then. Because you said we have 4, so we just added 10.
Oh, yeah, so we have an additional 10, so we will conclude this at 8:24. So, and let's see, and it was on you, Ms. Mashat?
Yeah. So, and again, because we talked about the ACO for months in this council, months. It was brought before us time and time again. Mr. Miller came up here several times explaining and giving updates. I know Ms. Burns had a lot of questions for him about where we were with different things in this order. Toward the end, with that ACO, we were told that it was going to happen no matter what. We were also told that the person that we hired, well, that the city hired, that we had confidence in them, and the fact that they said that the work could get done. A lot of the work was done. Mr. Dungy even came up here and today and spoke to the fact that a lot of that work has been done. I do think that my earlier question, though, is the thing that is giving me pause on this, because if we're told after months of having the administration come and talk to us about that ACO, after having months of updates and everything, and then you stand before us and can't really answer the question of how the sequence of events would have worked, because we were under the impression that no matter what, we would have ended up at this point. So that is something that I want to maybe talk to the administration about a little bit more, of what was the difference between us voting because they were sure that we had someone in place that the work would be done and complete, which Mr. Dungy said a lot of it is done and complete to this day, and the difference between the state, who was going to press the ACO no matter what. So I yield.
All right, so go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, when will we know if we could potentially get it forgiven? After we sign the loan documents and after we get signed up?
No, as we talked about, there's no financial commitment here today.
No, I know that, but.
Understand.
Okay.
We'll find out in September, probably late September timeframe, where your project scored, how it relates to the other projects across the state, and any potential funding or principal forgiveness that might be available. That's been generally the time frame that we're finding out the results of the evaluations.
So is it possible that you outlined basically two projects, right?
Correct.
One would be forgiven and one would not be, or would it be just a straight dollar amount potentially, if anything's forgiven?
That's outside of my purview. Like, that would be an Eagle decision on, how they score the projects. But it's possible. I can't give you a percentage.
Do you know
on
how
that.
many loans were forgiven? How much monies were allocated last year versus how many were forgiven? Do you know that by chance?
I don't have that off the top of my head, no.
Do you know, is it a rarity? Do more loans get not forgiven than forgiven?
Certainly the projects that just get funded outweigh the projects that have significant principal forgiveness.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, the projects that get the loan is more common than projects that get principal forgiveness, if that makes sense.
So more projects get funded, less get forgiven.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just struggling with this whole thing. I understand we're not committed to anything, but this is gun to the head, $2 million a year into a sinking ship that we're already can't float. So I don't know how I'll yield. I'm just talking. I don't know.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
So this resolution basically says that we're just going to apply, and if we don't apply, we're SOL, we will not get any of this money, and it's put off to the side, and we might have to apply again for next year and put off the projects for another year. Is that correct?
This project plan is Eagle's mechanism for evaluating projects across the state and assigning funding.
So if we do not do this, approve this resolution, then do we have a deadline as to when this needs to be done?
Well, June 1st is
June 1st,
technically
okay.
when Eagle wants the submittal.
Okay, so it needs to be done tonight, or tomorrow. Okay, because, I mean, I think we've done this before where we've applied we've approved a planning document with no guarantees we're going to get the money and no expectations that we're even going to apply it if we're awarded money. So that's basically what it is. It's just saying, yeah, we want to apply for it just in case. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's a possible mechanism for payment. Certainly, there's other options. you
Right,
know.
but it's a just in case. If we don't apply for it, we're out of luck.
Yes, it is just in case. This, as we've said, it does not commit you. It's one of those things where if you don't apply, there's zero chance of getting it.
Right.
If you do apply, you've got a chance, and if you don't have to follow through with it.
Yep, okay, because I do recall this from previous meetings, another one where we've done this, and that's what my understanding was from that one. I'm glad that I still have the same understanding. I'm done.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Um,
And just so you know, we have 5 minutes.
okay.
Go ahead.
The 200 or so million dollars that you all were referencing earlier from appropriations, is that federal or state?
Well, it's federal, and that 260 has been approximately the amount that's been awarded to Michigan.
So it does filter down. That 250 would be, we could think, to the state level. Now, the forgiveness comes from that, the opportunity for forgiveness comes from that 250. Is that correct?
Yeah, it can come from that, or, like I said, other monies that might get pushed into the system. I referenced bipartisan infrastructure law just because I'm familiar with that one from the last few years, but depending on other programs, they might authorize more monies to be used to help principal forgiveness or offer more loan participation availability.
And principal forgiveness can be partial or full.
Yeah, correct. I've seen both.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
All right, so I'll go ahead and take my remaining time. So we're going back to a few things. We were told, echo the sentiment of the council person in the 4th Ward. We were told that if we did not move on this, that the state would move on it for us. And if the state move on it for us, that the interest rate may not be as generous. That's what we were told. And so this was stated several times. And it was also so clear to us and to the majority of the colleagues, as well as our deceased colleague in the 3rd Ward, this was one of the last things that he voted for, because he pressed his way to council because he saw that this was important. Our water infrastructure, all of this, anything dealing with water, fixing our water, it's important. And this is why, we go to different conferences outside of the city, outside of the state. This is why we establish relationships with our congressperson, with our senators. This is why we had senators send each and every one of us an email asking us, hey, we want to meet about some priorities. So there's funding available to help supplement this. It is the job of this body to move in the best interest of the residents. So I do understand some of their concerns saying, where are we going to get it? But we have two things that we know for certain, that if we don't move, somebody's going to move for us. So I heard someone mention state takeover. Well, the state will take over this specific avenue and proceed with getting these repairs made over our heads. So one thing I don't want the state to do my job when I can do it. And so I don't want the state to do my job. And Mr. Miller, he made it, again, abundantly clear. Ms. Priestley just made it abundantly clear. If we don't move on this, and this isn't locking anything in, this is just the application, right? All right, and then all perks and benefits will be revealed at a later date, stating the forgiveness and all that. Again, this is just for the approval, yes? Just for the application, yes?
Correct.
All right, so again, in honor of our late colleague who believed in moving on behalf of the business of the city of Flint and doing all things possible to move forward with the business of the city of Flint, I'll be remiss not to support this because you all just laid it out. Mr. Miller laid it out. And so I don't want to keep beating a horse that has been, killed multiple times. So thank you so much for your time and your energy, your efforts, and for working with the city of Flint. And so seeing that we are at time, we have 2 minutes left. I will go ahead and call this special presentation over. Thank you. All right. So now it is time for the public hearing. Public hearing 250154 about the drinking water improvements, the project plan. Attorney, we know that you spoke earlier. Would you like to say anything about this public hearing?
This is the opportunity for the public to comment, and these comments are also to be included as part of the application process.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so Madam Clerk, you ready? All right, so first public speaker, and I just want to remind the public speakers to be germane to the specific resolution, which is the Drinking Water System Improvement Project Plan. Proceed.
I'm gonna be more than germane. Boy, don't y'all feel stupid for voting for that ACO. That ACO, by y'all voting on that ACO, you took the state out of it. The state would have had to pay for it. Y'all made it so that the state doesn't have to pay for it. A drinking revolving loan, we paying for something that they broke. Kept on getting up here telling y'all they're gonna make us pay and they're gonna leave soon as we sign the ACO. Emergency order is gone now. Now you are locked in. That's some dumb mess, man. That's your answer, Candace. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. I just want to know why y'all asking for $30 million when in the budget report for WIN, Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy, Flint Water Infrastructure Funding as of November 26, 2021. The Northwest Transmission Main only cost $5.1 million. Where did y'all get y'all figures from? Did y'all get it from the Arcadis report when they did all the reports along with Tory Road? Why would we have to pay for something that they were supposed to already have fixed? Where'd that money go? Where'd that money go? Why are y'all so afraid? You need to quit saying we're gonna fix something and this and that and that and this. You don't know half the things that we've been through because you wasn't here doing the poisoning. So quit acting like you know what's going on. If the state rep can ask for $29 million, $25 million going to an unknown organization that they don't even have any information on. Why couldn't she ask for $30 million to finish getting our water fixed? Let's start thinking before we vote. Don't vote for it. Since Sheldon Neely wanted to lock us in to that ACO, since Judy Priestley, Ladell Lewis, and Candace and them didn't want to talk about it, now y'all want to talk about it after the fact, then they bring it up here, June the 1st is the deadline. Sheldon spent all the grant money before he even bring it up here to accept it. So why would I ask y'all to vote for something that he can get and spend before he even bring it up here? He did the work with you when you was asking Michael Carpenter. They had already did the work before they even came up here to ask you to prove the money. That's what they do here. And then ask them how they're going to get a subcontract. They might not be the primary. They might not put in for that. But they do get a lot of subcontracts with the water lines and everything else that's been running around here. They didn't got paid in full along with Roe and everybody else. The residents ain't got nothing. Don't put us in a situation where we got to pay. Vote no.
Next public speaker, please.
First of all, us residents need to be provided these add-ons. This is ridiculous that we are not aware of what's going on. This is directly impacting our lives. Liddell, Leon, who's not here again, don't know where he is, Judy and Candace, you're literally playing with our lives when you come up here and pull this shit. We're sick of it. Now this slideshow saying our rates are going to possibly be impacted again. How many times is this administration going to tell us our rates are going to go up? We're already paying some of the top 10 highest water rates in the entire United States for shit water we cannot even use. We are still paying for poison water. Now you're going to sit up there and tell us you care, Liddell? What a joke. What a joke. Why isn't the state paying for this? Why isn't Eagle paying for this? Why are we footing the bill again? Why do you think we're going to support this when Neely had money left in the account for the pipe replacement and spent it, couldn't do it, now the state's taking over, $4 million more, and it's still not done? How do we know he's not going to do the same thing with this money? There is no guarantee this project's going to be done and taken care of with this amount. And until we get a new mayor, I don't see how any of us can trust that what they just showed us is going to happen. I don't understand. And then, just like Art said, I wrote it down. Why is Cynthia, our state rep, asking for $25 million for spiritual faith-based mentorship nonprofits? What happened to separation of church and state? I don't want my tax dollars being spent on more faith-based stuff in the city of Flint. The water should always be the priority, but just like the school board, she's failing us again. She does never bring anything forth that's helping us. The water should be her priority. Thanks, Candace, for looking at me. I appreciate it. Probably the first time it's happened. I don't understand how you can sit up here and then tell us that we have to support this right now. You're giving this to the council in 5 days? That's absurd. This is literally a huge project that's going to affect tons of homes and our lives, and you're asking them to just rubber stamp this like you do everything else. It's ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and so should Sheldon and Cynthia. It's disgusting how you play these games with us. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, Candace. It's disgusting. I don't know how you sleep at night.
All right. So next public speaker, please.
All right, how y'all doing? Just like that Cedar project that ain't complete, we're still drinking out of tap. We still need a filter. Just like all these lines almost completed, we still need a filter. Just like when y'all put this $260-something million tax debt on us again, we still are going to require a filter. When will y'all go out? Just like you said, you having meetings with senators and stuff like that. When are y'all going to start petitioning to bring some money in to help the residents instead of constantly putting burdens on our back? When are y'all going to? Y'all supposed to be great grant writers. Write a grant to help the people. This is ridiculous what's going on now. Ridiculous. And we talking like everything gonna be fixed. Nothing is gonna be fixed. You're still gonna have to drink from filters. You're not gonna be able to, your kids is not gonna be able to drink from their water hole. That means the problem is in our infrastructure. And it's also a problem when people have home infiltration systems that's supposed to last 10 to 12 months that they gotta change in 3. Our water is nowhere safe and clean. And this is not going to solve our problem. But if you are going to vote yes on this, before you vote yes on it, why don't you go out there and secure some of them grants first? Don't put us in debt and then say, well, you know, we couldn't get the grant, so y'all just got to pay it. Because that's what time it's going to be. Go out there, get the money, and then vote yes. Don't vote yes to put this back on the citizens' back. Thank you.
All right, next public speaker. Next public speaker. All right, so.
I do have some questions. I question your little box there, and just doesn't that make a little bit of a conundrum in a time lapse on like you guys talking and the public's question and leave a whole big blank time of questions that nobody's allowed to ask? It's kind of pathetic. This 430 thing, I'm a working man. 9 to 5, that's standard hours. That's violation of the state sunshine laws. Everybody's asking about the money of these other companies. I pay a water bill every month. I bet he does. I bet she does. I bet he does. I bet she does. I bet he does. All these people. Where's the money? How long has Flint been open? Where is the money that was supposed to fix this in the first place? Why should the state be paying for that? What have you done with the money? And you want to know why people think you're thieves? Do not sign another paper. I'm going to think every last one of you is complicit. Whoever signs that paper in 30 million, you're just signing up for more money for people to steal just like Gretchen Whitmer and her bullshit roads and her gas taxes.
All right. So seeing that there's no more speakers, this hearing is now officially closed. So now we are on to, one second. All right, so now we will move on to public comment. Madam Clerk?
The first speaker is Sandra Jobin.
I don't think they're here.
Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
I forgot. Hey, we're gonna be broke. Y'all do another drinking revolving loan because they're gonna take $72 million, capture taxes, tax credits, whatever they want to call it, but they're gonna take 72. Matter of fact, my fault. They took it down to about 69. My fault. Then let's talk about the sewer drinking revolving loan that, you remember that, where Eagle came down and spoke about it? How much was that? That was about 60 million? I think that was about 60 million that they need, 60, 70 million. We forgot about that one. What is wrong, y'all? Judy, Miss Councilwoman Priestley, you are a Republican, conservative. You're supposed to be looking out for the people's money as a Republican. $64 million is what we take in for the city. $68 million is what we're spending. That is not a balanced budget. And Mr. Moore, I respect you to the utmost, but you can't come up here and tell me that it's raining and pissing at the same time on me. How can you tell me that we might get this paperwork here, we might get these dollars? You know what? We heard that before with that MERS. Was it MERS? Where they supposed to give us so much money and all this, and it took 2-3 years. You're not balancing the budget. If I vote for it today, it's an unbalanced budget, period, point blank. That's it. I'll tell y'all what, real quick, right? I'll tell y'all what. I'll tell y'all how we're going to budget, how we're going to balance it. Take Mayor Neely's mayor's office budget back down to 2019. Candace, you of all people know how Neely works, man. We know how he worked because we helped him in 2019. He used political dollars, public dollars for political people and paying off people. Matter of fact, he hired 2 people. You know who he hired down at the state level and never worked down there because he worked as a campaign manager here. You know it, and I got it in paperwork. So tell everybody and shame the devil, Candace, because you was working down there with him before he fired you. Yeah, and you know that, right? You know that. Take the mayor's office budget back down. You won't have to worry about him spending $75,000 PSAs, hiring Phil Phelps and everybody else down there to do his bidding because they ain't never in the office. They out here passing out campaign literature. Come on, y'all. Don't vote for this drinking revolving loan mess. Put his numbers back down to 2019. In the law office, take theirs down too, because they keep on paying contract lawyers to appeal all day, wasting money, appealing stuff that they know that they can't win, man. Come on, don't worry about them 4. Vote and people will stand up behind you when you buck this budget. Hey, the workers are understanding.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
All right, she's not here. Next speaker.
Valerie Southall.
All right, she's not here either.
Beverly Biggs Levy.
So y'all don't see her making her way to the front. I don't know if she's here, so go ahead.
Kawana Mack.
Kawana Mack, 7th Ward. I'm talking to wards 1, 2, 4, and 7. State Rep Neely and Mayor Neely, a mayor who hasn't been married for Flint residents. That's why he hasn't done nothing for you or care anything about you, but has stolen $94.7 million from you. I didn't have a Fannie Lou Hamer who was sick and tired of being sick and tired, but God blessed me with my mama, Fannie Mac. I wish I had a Nat Turner, a Kunta Kinte, or even a Chicken George. I'll even take John Lewis because I'm ready to get in some good trouble. I wish I had a Sojourner Truth because she said, "Ain't I a woman?" I'm calling on Harriet Tubman and Huey Newton. Come on, help me, Shirley Chisholm, who said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Flint residents, it's time to come out to speak out against this corrupt city and state government that has poisoned and continue to poison Flint. And if after you done all you can, Donnie McClurkin said, you just stand. I yield my time.
All right, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
I hope I don't upset anybody, but this Saturday, we had a Stop the Violent walk, and it was more people from Detroit there represented in the city of Flint. One thing the city of Flint, 90% of us have in common is we don't like the violence that's going on. And if it should have been one place where we all gather, it should have been supporting this. We got to do better, real talk, because the people that ain't paying attention to what's going on here, because most of the citizens really don't know what's happening, really don't know, really lost, really misinformed, and a few of them that think they know what's going on is being fed misinformation. And that's sad. But I just want to say this. I love the kids, and I don't like the future that our city is going to present for them. I don't see this being a place where they can afford to pay rent. Just to keep it 1,000, these apartments are running $1,400 and $1,500 a month rent. How is a person going to be fresh out of college and move into a $1,400? How is you going to ever become homeowners when you're paying that much rent? I will be looking into ways to try to bring affordable housing here to Flint. And I pray that when I come up to this podium, it don't fall on deaf ears like most of the good suggestions that come up here do. Because if we don't start thinking about our great-grandkids and stop thinking about ourselves, this ain't gonna be no city for them. It really ain't. Think about this, because we on a fooling segment. Y'all done fooled us into voting into that $87 million, $82 million now, cleaning up the Buick work site. That's on our back. KWA bond, that's on our back. That trash, and it's a shame, because if y'all would have listened, we could have had our own trash company again. We could have got one truck at a time. And with this water, can y'all look into a way to make that KWA become a bottled water company?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Josh Bogus. Pass.
All right. So I don't think that they're here. So you said that's the last one?
That's correct.
All right. So now we will go into council response. Any council members would like to respond? Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Jones, I've been doing a lot of study on affordable housing. I've been workshops. I've attended events that discuss it. I've had meetings with leaders across the county. So I am working on it. It's just taking time to get everything organized and figure out it. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I mean, my goal is obviously to renovate houses in the 4th Ward and get them available for home ownership. There's a possibility of, I'm working with somebody else who is talking about building a home out of concrete or cement blocks. And that would be in the 4th Ward if we can get the property. But that's all supposition. So that I have been working on affordable housing. It's just taking a while and it's slow. Because you get dealing with government and the land bank, and because we'd have to use land bank property. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
This ACO, I don't care how we had a choice. Well, there was a choice. We had 5 votes that were not mine. Mine was not included. But I don't want it to, because it's on video. You can go to May 29th, 2024. The ACO was the last thing that Councilman Murphy voted on. But if you go to May 29th, he speaks and says on there, because it came back as a reconsideration. He had voted it down. And he stated, and you can hear him say, I don't want to vote for this unless we have the money. He came in on September the 23rd. He was very ill, and he passed away that Sunday, the 29th. He had voted no, and he had stated, you can hear him. He states his concerns and who's going to pay for it, and that the state is responsible. So I don't want it to be, these fictitious stories that he understood clearly we didn't have the money and what it would do to our city. And it was funny because last night I just happened to run across that video. Literally, it popped up. And so this ACO, this money, this is serious. We didn't get a chance to vote, have discussion. Go look at September 29th's video. It was call for the question for everything. This is something that we should have an at-length meeting with the public, especially now since the EPA, and it's coming every week. It's the EPA. It's a celebratory moment. This is nothing to celebrate. We have you gentlemen here today. Oh, we got to spend that 29, I'm gonna say 30 million. We got to, get that project, and we don't know what this government is doing now. So people be cautious.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Jones, you spoke about 2 things that I want to address. Affordable housing. I mean, we were promised more affordable housing when nonprofits come before us and they vote for a 30-year tax abatement. That was supposed to help with the affordable housing. We see where that's got us. That's got us the elevated rents. The only one that benefits is the nonprofits. You spoke to violence and stop the violence. I think we start by not having 5 police officers in this council chambers right now. I mean, why do we have 5 police officers in this chambers when I'm sure there's stuff on the streets that needs to be taken care of? Like, but it's to prove a point. It's to weaponize the police against the residents. I'm sure that they would rather not be here. They're probably bored out of their mind. But this is the way the city is ran. There's 911 calls out there being not answered, but we got 5 people in here, which is basically 1 for every 3 people in here. We got a police officer to watch you, which is ridiculous. We haven't had somebody need to be arrested since the planned insurrection.
All right, anyone else? Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, a couple of different things here. To the gentleman that tried to run down my resume, please stop lying. In 2019, I worked for the city of Flint, not Sheldon Neely. That's what you said. This is not a back and forth. This is my time. So if you're gonna run down my resume, run down it correctly.
Hold on, please hold, sir. Let's not do that. Okay, but we shouldn't hear you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, that's your warning. Go ahead. That's your second warning. Could you please remove him?
Listen. Yeah, first of all, point of order.
Well, what rule has been broken?
I'm not going through this with you.
Well, don't. So
excuse me,
therefore,
point of order,
he has
point
his
of
second
order
warning. So please
with your
remove him.
nasty attitude,
Remove him
point
as
of
we
order.
miss.
So what are you moving him
Miss.
for?
He has his second warning.
He didn't say, you literally, if a person says one word, that's your warning. Put out. You need to stop that.
You're being brought to order as well.
I don't give a damn.
Okay, well, that is your warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine.
And I support her appeal.
That's fine.
I'm going to, because I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Okay.
You know what? You can
So we have the councilman in the 8th Ward breaking quorum. We have the councilwoman in the 6th Ward breaking quorum. And we have the councilperson in the 5th Ward following suit.
And you have a councilperson in the 2nd Ward who is
one,
disrespectful,
2, 3, 4.
doesn't know how to run a meeting.
Ms. Burns, if you're not a part of the meeting, we're asking that you get off the mic. Ms. Burns, that's your second warning. That's your second warning, Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, if you're going to leave the meeting, please leave quietly. The disorderly person city code subsection apply to you too. And what it says is this, because you will be arrested as well. It says any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject for arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. Ma'am, you're not supposed to be up here. Please step back. Please step back. And this goes for council members as well. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. So our colleagues are not void from being arrested as well for disrupting a meeting. So we will remain at ease. So we will remain at ease because we still have colleagues here. All right, the time is now 8:51, and this city council meeting is now adjourned for the lack of quorum by Councilman Jarrett, Councilman Pfeiffer, Councilwoman Tanya Burns, and Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter left the meeting.